there we have it, Zope. And there we have it. We are live. We're live again. Live again for the second time with part two. Oh, hang on. I can hear myself. No good. No good. Welcome, everybody in the chat. No one in the chat, because I haven't even announced the stream on Discord, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or anything else. And why? Because what's the use? What's the use? We will fail. We will die. True crime metrics will become just a memory. Did it even happen? Were we here at all? Was anyone else? Probably not. It was all a figment of our imagination, Soap. And now we are looking at Luis Rivera Part 2, Day 3 of Katherine Magbanua's retrial in 2022. I think it was in April or May. April or May. When was Charlie Adelson arrested? Doesn't matter, because we're watching Luis today. Someone said in another video that we did, isn't it weird how Dan Markel was shot in the head and his glasses that he was wearing at the time were broken in half from the bullet. I don't know if the bullet actually hit the glasses or not, but the glasses were at the scene after the body was taken away, and they were broken in half. And then this judge in the trial for his murder has glasses that are magnetically connected at the nose, right where Dan Markel's glasses were broken. It's just one of those strange things that's around this case, isn't it? Man, so maybe we should have announced the stream on Discord and Twitter, because there's no one here. Is there anyone here? I don't know. There's no chat. Or is there? Let's check. No chat comments. Okay. Fine. It'll just be us, so just us. Or maybe Kim's here. Love to Kim. Love to Kim. Man, I wish I could hire this judge to come round and organize my desk. I think he'd do an amazing job, you know? I wonder where he gets his haircut. I bet that's a $250 haircut right there.
All right, good morning to everyone. We're here this morning in the state of Florida versus Katherine Magbanua, 2016 CF 3036, 2018 CF 497. And Ms. Magbanua is present along with her counsel and counsel on behalf of the state. All right, so we'll continue this morning with the testimony of Mr. Rivera. And Ms. Kappelman, anything that we need to address before we continue with that?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
One thing, Judge. We were handed amended discovery this morning by the state, apparently, of recordings of jail.
Hi, Kim. Hang in there, Kim. We're thinking of you. Thinking of you and Mike and everybody up there in New York, you know. Just sending all the positivity towards you, Kim. Just, you know, you just gotta keep putting feet forward, take deep breaths, and get through whatever you gotta get through. It's all gonna be okay, Kim.
Jail calls. We need to put on the record that this is extremely untimely. We've already picked a jury. We've already opened, and Mr. DeCosta and I have no time to even attempt to try to go.
No one's interested, Tara Kawas, okay? Sit down, Tara Kawas.
Through whatever discovery this is that the state has handed to us.
All right, so Ms. Kaplan, what was provided to the defense this morning?
My understanding, Judge, is that these are jail calls that have occurred since jury selection, and I haven't had a chance to listen to them either, but I intend to do so over the weekend. So I can advise the court more on Monday if I intend to use anything from those.
Okay, do you know how many there are?
No, sir, I'm sorry, I don't.
I'd love just to stand at Georgia Kappelman's wardrobe, obviously a walk-in closet, right? And just look at the range of colors. You know what I'd love to do? I'd love to do a painting only using colors, exact colors that Georgia Kappelman wears, right? Do a wonderful landscape or whatever. Just paint anything using only the color palette of Georgia Kappelman's wardrobe. That would be worthy of the Tate Gallery, the Guggenheim, the Saatchi. People would come from all over the world to see that painting.
I don't know, but I'll attempt to get that answer for you before our next break.
Okay, so there's some jail calls that have been recorded. You don't really...
I'd also love to braid Georgia Kappelman's hair and Sarah Dugan's hair together into one plait or French bleat, you know, because you wouldn't be able to tell whose was who, right? They have the same hair exactly.
They have an idea of when, although you think that they were during the time period.
Actually, they don't, do they? It's like if they were sisters, you could tell that Georgia Kappelman was the good girl, the reliable girl, and Sarah Dugan was the one that was a little bit wild, a little bit crazy, a little bit risky.
There's some jail calls,
but just as fun.
That have been recorded. You don't really have an idea of when, although you think that they were during the time period since the trial has started. And you
might have to turn down the stream video audio a little bit, guys. It seems to be going into the red here. So I'm going to turn that down in our wonderful software.
Know the number of them?
No, sir, I'll get you both those answers.
Okay.
I had just a preview of some of the calls, and the ones from Ms. Magbanua predate jury selection. They are marked before jury selection.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do so that I know more about them, because I can't make any ruling without that. They're not going to be used today, correct?
No, sir.
So use the weekend to go over them, and then I'll make a decision when I know more about them, and we'll have a hearing on them on Monday in order to determine, number one, whether they're going to be used at all, and number two, if the state's intending to do that, whether they will be used based on the court's ruling. We'll have a Richardson hearing at that time.
And one more thing, Judge, I even took a look at one of the first calls, and they are in Spanish. And I don't speak Spanish, and neither does anyone else on my team.
All right. Well, you're going to have to find somebody that speaks Spanish over the weekend if that's what you want, if you want them translated. So I can't help you there, Ms. Guas. I mean, it's just something that you're going to have to do.
Judge,
and
where do you expect us to find anybody that speaks Spanish in a country of 400 million people where the second highest spoken language is Spanish? Where are we going to do that, Judge, over the weekend? Judge, what was the question? I don't speak Spanish.
Decision when I know more about them, and we'll have a hearing on them on Monday in order to determine, number one, whether they're going to be used at all, and number two, if the state's intending to do that, whether they will be used based on the court's ruling. We'll have a Richardson hearing at that time.
And one more thing, Judge, I even took a look at one of the first calls, and they are in Spanish. And I don't speak Spanish, and neither does anyone else on my team.
All right. Well, you're going to have to find somebody that speaks Spanish over the weekend if that's what you want, if you want them translated. So I can't help you there, Ms. Guas. I mean, it's just...
She should ask the judge if he speaks Spanish. I bet he doesn't.
Something that you're going to have to do. And issues come up, and sometimes...
I bet he could quote passages from Gustave Flaubert day and night, but, you know, not in Spanish.
Those are difficult issues, but You're going to have to do your best. If that is something that is prohibiting you from understanding them, and then that's another factor that would play into a Richardson hearing. But I'm going to leave however you're going to deal with them up to you at this point.
Understood.
Mr. DeCos?
With respect to the cross-examination, just to let the court know, so there's a chance of a few more of those clips for impeachment. I have given CD copies to the state. They're 30 seconds each. It is to a very direct point, so they have copies of it. So they've already been able to take a look at it. There's only 3 potential that would be used. For the purpose of
Okay, so these are the clips, like the clip that you played yesterday?
Correct. Now that's only for impeachment.
Okay,
For
I know, but he's got to be able to see those first. I mean, the more that I think about that, he's got to be able to see and review that. If you're going to use it as impeachment evidence, just like if you're using a transcript, he has to see it. You have to see whether or not he's going to disagree with it or what before it can be used as impeachment. You just can't go ahead and just play it up there for the jury without knowing that.
Your Honor, humbly, I disagree on that. So if it were the deposition that I impeach him with, I would, go through the same thing. You were sworn in to tell the truth, and this is what you were asked, and this is what you answered. The only difference here is instead of me reading it in front of the jury for him to hear it, to either say it did or it didn't happen, he's watching it, and him being illiterate. I mean, I'd love to be able to read it to him, but this is the only way. I do believe that it is proper to play it. It's no different than reading his sworn statement.
If you had a sworn statement, don't you show it to him first? And
It is different, isn't it? It's showing him say the words on video rather than reading off a page, which could or could not be him.
And say, this is your deposition, and here's what you said in your deposition?
Not for impeachment, when he has answered differently. So in the situation that we used, he says, I learn halfway up. At that point in time, I get to go straight into impeachment. Humbly speaking, I get to go straight into impeachment.
He's got a point there. When it's impeachment, you can just show them the evidence, right? Or read it out or whatever it is.
Now, if he says, I don't know, or it is not a direct contradiction of his previous testimony, yeah, I've got to present it to him, refresh his recollection, give him a chance to explain. But for the purpose of impeachment, I get to go right into that.
All right, if it's true impeachment. If he
Correct.
says, I don't know, then we're not dealing with that.
And what we're going to do, and this is a plan for today. The headphones that Your Honor talked about, those are in the back. Those aren't getting used. I have headphones that directly tie into my computer. Now, if he needs to get refreshed, I'm going to play for him just the audio. He can hear it. I've checked it. It's not loud that the juror will hear. Plugs directly into my computer, and there's no issue with that. So we'll be able to do that. And that's one of the things we're going to do. Now, in the event we need to use a transcript.
Okay, so that is going to take the place of him reading the transcript.
No. So with 10
Well, that would take the place of him reading the transcript, right? I mean, that would be in lieu of him. If he could read, then instead he would have a transcript and he would be
Correct.
reading it, but you're going to play it for him so that he can hear what was said on the transcript.
Correct. And for the ones where we do have a transcript, because we have trial, grand jury, 2 depositions, and the grand jury, I'm going to get a page and line reference, give it to the government. Then Kristen Kawas, if it's okay with the court, I'm going to give it to her, and she'll come up. And I know the marshals don't want us in the back in between, so if it's okay, she'll just stand right here or right there and quietly read it to him to refresh his recollection if he doesn't remember. If that's okay with the court.
Well, as long as we can be assured that the jury is not going to hear that, and
Perhaps
it's.
they could put it on these just to muffle the sound.
No, I'm not going to make them go through all that.
Go through all
If you
what?
can have somebody come up here and
What
read it
was
to
his
him,
suggestion?
as long as we can be assured that the jury is not going to hear that, and
Perhaps
it's.
they could put it on these just to muffle the sound.
No, I'm not going to make them go through all that.
He wanted them to put headphones on, but with nothing playing. Well, I guess that would muffle the sound. But it's a hassle, and Judge Wheeler doesn't want the jury to go through that.
If you can have somebody come up here and read it to him quietly, then I'll do that. I thought first of all, we were going to see whether or not he could read it himself.
Yes, and Ms. Kwas reminded me of that Your Honor wants me to go up, see if he can make it out, and then go to that as a secondary.
All right. And I think that we can do that. I also, it doesn't need to be, my other concern was whether or not we needed it to be on the court transcript, but it's just as if he is reading it. And so if it's stated to him, that takes the place of that. And so it doesn't necessarily need to be transcribed by the court reporter. All that it needs to be is that it's being presented to him.
Oh, wow, look, the
And
chat's busy
so
now.
it doesn't need to be word for word.
Welcome, everybody in the chat. Yeah, how we doing? Good to see you. A little late. I was a little late. Or you. But that's okay. We're here now together.
With the court reporter. So we just want to do as most efficiently as we can so that if he cannot read it, give him that opportunity, but if he cannot, so that we're not delaying it, but he still gets the opportunity to read or review it in some manner. Okay?
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. Before we go any further, then, I think I'm going to go ahead and, because we're talking about his testimony and in regards to the admissibility of the co-conspirator statements, and I already have the defense argument on the record in regards to that and as to whether or not the conspiracy continues past the...
Thanks so much, Joni from Montana, for the 5 cups of coffee. Thank you very much, Joni. That's greatly appreciated, and we thank you kindly.
...death of the victim. And so I found some case law wherein murder for hires, the conspiracy continues beyond that. It continues until the money is paid. And the case law specifically states that the conspiracy has more than one objective. It has both the objective of the murder of the victim and the objective of getting payment for that murder. So the conspiracy does not stop at the time of the murder, which it does in many cases, but if it's a murder for hire and there's money exchanging hands for that murder, the conspiracy does not end until the money is paid. And so therefore, the statements which do have an independent basis, and that independent basis was Mr. Rivera's overhearing of Ms. Magbanua's voice as to whether or not the job was done, and also delivery of the money the next day was an independent basis, independent evidence of the conspiracy. And so that's number one. And number two, the conspiracy was still in effect up until the money was delivered. So those statements that were made on the way back to Miami are admissible under that. And the case citations for that are Romani versus State, 528 Southern 2nd, 15, Florida 3rd, DCA, 1988. And that decision was approved in part and quashed in part by the Florida Supreme Court, 542 Southern 2nd, 984, but that was on other grounds. Also, the basis for that ruling is a Florida Supreme Court case called Eccles versus State, 484 Southern 2nd, 568, Florida, 1985, which involved a hired killing. And they found also in that case that the conspiracy continues until the money is paid. So I will make that ruling right now. I'm not going to hear any other argument on it. And because we've already made the arguments clear on the record. And but that's my ruling. And so those statements are going to be admissible, and they have been tied back up by the state.
Thank you,
All right.
Judge. I would like to make a little bit more of a record on that. If now is not a great time, we could revisit that possibly.
Let's do it now.
Okay, Judge. I wanted to agree with Your Honor's analysis of the timeline and when a conspiracy is concluded for purposes of a murder for hire. But I also wanted to make a record of the argument that I don't think we necessarily get to that analysis in this case, because I went back through the testimony last night, and the co-conspirator statements that were admitted yesterday by Mr. Rivera were all properly admitted as having occurred before the crime was committed. So before.
Yeah, I ain't hearing nothing else. He's from Tallahassee. I ain't hearing nothing else, y'all.
The murder, and those were that the defendant hired Sigfredo Garcia to kill Dan Markel, that the defendant told Garcia where to go and who to kill and when to do the killing, and that the defendant was the mastermind of the whole thing. Third, that the defendant told Garcia not to do anything stupid and to have Luis Rivera take down his Instagram post. 4, that the defendant provided money for expenses for both of the trips to Tallahassee. And 5th, that the murder was to benefit Wendy Adelson so that she could have her kids. And 6th, that the information was relayed from Katherine Magbanua to the killers that the victim was going to be leaving town the next day and that he needed to be killed on the day that he was. All of those statements were admitted as co-conspirator statements, but they all occurred before the actual murder. The only statement in question that occurred after the murder was that statement that Mr. Rivera heard directly from Katherine Magbanua's mouth over the open line on the telephone, whereby she said, "I know," when she was informed that the job was done. That statement, the state would argue, was admissible.
Man, maybe we should have skipped this intro, but just before we do, I'll show you all the brand new merch product we've got over here. Where's that? I'm going to make this big, like, oh no, hang on, wait. There we go. Okay, so interact, scroll down. No? How do we scroll down? God damn it. Okay, don't worry. Don't worry. No. Okay. Powers of contempt will be exercised with a big red velvet cake. Judge Everett inspired merchandise products. We've got a boatload of merchandise products now, guys. I can't scroll down. We've got pillows. Stickers are my favorite. How do I scroll down on this goddamn window? Pillows, bedding, stickers. There we go. Look at that beautiful sticker. Powers of contempt will be exercised. Y'all remember when Judge Everett said, if anybody brought a red velvet cake without enough to share, powers of contempt will be exercised, because the man loves red velvet cake. And I saw a red velvet cake yesterday in the cake section, and I got excited. I thought of Judge Everett. But someone said to me today, did you have a slice, a piece? I said no. It didn't even occur to me, because I'm usually not much of a cake person. But I regretted it afterwards. I think I'll make a point of going back and having a piece of cake in honor of Judge Everett, in honor of the whole case, really, and the whole gang up in Tallahassee. What else do we have? Hoodies. Cake hoodies. We got goddamn cake, red velvet cake. Yeah. Colors, sizes, it's all good. So there, yeah, that's merch.truecrimemetrics.com for your velvet cake merch. Right, now, interact. No, not that. This one.
Separately, not as a co-conspirator statement, but as an admission of a party opponent. So I don't think that falls into the co-conspirator requirement.
We'll let Kapelman play out. It's only a couple of minutes, and we just love her voice, right, guys?
Where it needs to happen before the conspiracy is concluded. So even in the event that we're wrong about our analysis of when the murder for hire concluded, I think the independent evidence of the conspiracy can occur post-conclusion of the conspiracy, as evidenced by the case U.S. v. Fields, 871, Federal 2nd, 188. That's a 1989 case out of the First Circuit, which stands for the proposition in headnote. covered on head note 9, I believe, evidence of conspirators' post-conspiracy activity is admissible if probative of evidence of the conspiracy or participation of alleged conspirator, even though they might have occurred after the...
I'm guessing the audio's all good, guys. But you know what? The other day I asked if I think it was on the last Chandler Halderson video we did, Closing Arguments. I asked everybody if the audio was good, and everyone said yes. But then I listened back to the beginning of the stream, and my voice was a little bit lower than the video voice. And that was a shame. So the new standard at True Crime Metrics is equal levels, stream and microphone. Yeah. So, just general rule. If anything's ever wrong with the audio, let me know. My feelings will not be hurt. I've had them surgically removed, and they don't exist anymore. So all I care about is good audio.
Conspiracy ended. So those independent events that we have, as I mentioned previously, are that statement, "I know," indicating she knew the murder was done. The statement regarding that she would obtain the money and they would get the money the next day. The fact that she did go get the money, which we're going to hear through Sergeant Corbett today, and deliver the money to Luis Rivera as Rivera testified. And I think we're going to hear some additional evidence of that fact, Judge, as the trial goes along in the form of the wiretap, which will further evidence the existence of the conspiracy, the fact that this defendant was a member of the conspiracy, and her specific role in the conspiracy. So all that will be evidence, which I think inarguably is post-conspiracy, but still can be considered for Your Honor's analysis of, is there independent evidence that she's a member of the conspiracy other than those co-conspirator statements that we're seeking to offer, which were made prior to the murder?
All right. Well, certainly any statements that are made prior to the murder fall with...
Leslie, I don't know if the not eating cake thing is a guy thing. I mean, look at Judge Everett. He loves cake. You can just tell. I just know how excited he gets when it's dessert time in the restaurant. And they, I bet he always goes to one of those restaurants where they wheel out the desserts on a little trolley. And as soon as Judge Everett hears the squeak of the wheels, his ears prick up and he starts getting all excited like a 6-year-old boy in the restaurant, jumping around in his chair. Here it comes! He loves cake. I don't know if it's a guy thing, Leslie. But yeah, I mean, I'll have the occasional piece of cake on a birthday or special occasion.
And the co-conspirator hearsay exception fully, and as to whether or not the conspiracy has ended, that's going to be made. The court's going to make a determination of those based on whatever particular statements are made and at what time, and then also if they're statements that are made by the defendant, they certainly, for the most part, would qualify as admissions of the party opponent and would be admissible under that. The phone calls, because I want to make sure that we address it, the phone calls between the 3 phone calls between Charlie Adelson and the mother Adelson, those aren't coming in, you're not asking for those to come in today?
No, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we address your argument before.
The mother Adelson. Yeah, that's an appropriate term for her, I think. The mother Adelson.
That, so before that witness testifies, I don't know who that's going to be.
That'll be Agent Sanford, Judge.
Okay, all right. We'll make sure that we address your argument, your Crawford argument before that. Okay? All right. Anything else before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
All right, let's operate this as efficiently as possible, please. And not holding you to it specifically, but how much more time do you think you're going to need for cross-examination, approximately?
I have to give all credit to the subject material, Cynthia Meadows. It's you know, if the topic lends itself to Judge Everett and cake, everything else just falls into place. You know, it's easy.
You know, the best estimate that I can give, I don't know how long I went yesterday. That was 15 pages. I have 8 pages left.
Okay. All right. Let's bring the jury in, please.
So you're going for dinner at like a restaurant, Victoria Girl. Man, they must all the chefs must get nervous when you come in. Like when, you know, a food critic for the Times. They all start, you know, actually washing their hands and pulling out the special plates. You know, because you're such a nice cook. Look at Katie Magbanua. You see, she's seen 3 hours worth of Luis Rivera's bulletproof testimony yesterday, and you know, as try as he did, Christopher DeCoste couldn't quite pull it out of the fire, could he? He's only got a limited amount of time to run it today, and I don't know. She just looks like she's realizing that it's not going so well. It's not going great, is it, Katie?
I think
Wow, look at Tara Kawas, Christopher DeCoste, and Katie Magbanua have 3 shades of grey. It's like what do you call it? Grayscale, not sepia. You know, what am I trying to say? I don't know. Charcoal drawing, sketch.
Let's go ahead and swing them there.
Soap, do you mind? Can you not just go to sleep? It's nighttime now. You sleeping now, thank you.
Good morning. Morning. Good morning. Good to see you. Morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right, please be seated. And thank you for everyone's timeliness and arriving on time and your attentiveness. And we're ready to continue now with the cross-examination of Mr. Rivera. So we're going to bring Mr. Rivera into the courtroom at this time. Good morning, Mr. Rivera.
See you later, Monica.
Before you have a seat, it's a new day, so we're going to swear you
Bon
in
appetit.
again. Okay, sir? Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Let's do it. Thank you.
Mr. DeCoste, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera, last night when you left here, you went back to the jail, right?
Yes, sir.
When you go back to the jail, it's you, yourself, and your cell, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's been that way since you were arrested in 2016 on this case, right?
Yes, sir.
So what that means is you're not going through the daily activities that a person on the outside goes through, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to remember to turn off the stove, pick up the kids, stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, like he did that stuff anyway. He only ate out at the taco shop. You think he's picking up his kids? He's not picking up his kids. You know, come on. He's Luis Rivera. He's the head. He's the boss of the Latin Kings.
You don't have to remember to file your taxes to go to the
There's no taxes to file. He doesn't pay tax.
doctors, go to the dentist, stuff like that, right?
Yes, sir.
It's been a matter of being in your cell with your
He should have said barbershop. You don't have to wake up every Saturday morning and go to the barbershop, do you? Every weekend.
thoughts, with your agreement with this office, right?
Yes, sir.
Your sole job since 2016 has to be to remember your testimony in this case.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about guns. The June trip, there was 2 guns, right?
Yes, sir.
Great link down there right into buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Great way to support the channel, guys.
Both 38 caliber,
Yes, sir.
38 Smith & Wesson short nose,
Yes, sir.
and a blue steel long nose Taurus.
Yes, sir.
Garcia had the blue steel,
Yes, sir.
you had the short nose.
Yes, sir.
You agree you bought that short nose.
Yes, I did, sir.
You bought it to come up here.
Yes, sir.
And you bought it from a quote, neighborhood from a black boy.
Yes, sir.
That's what you told law enforcement about where you acquired this gun.
Yes, I did.
And again, to make sure it's clear, you acquired this gun after a conversation with Garcia
Yes, sir.
while he was renting the car to come here.
Yes.
And you don't know the name or even really a description of the guy that you got the gun from.
No, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the Latin Kings transfer and distribute guns.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, Ms. Kappelman asked you how many guns were brought for the murder trip, right?
Yes, sir.
You know how Christopher DeCoste is always saying, you knew Latin Kings in Tallahassee, you could have called them up, you could have got a gun, and all this stuff. And it seems that Lewis is saying, yeah, but I didn't want to put this job through the books, so to speak, through the Latin Kings. This was like an extracurricular activity. We were working overtime, and me and Garcia just did this together, not with our gang. Is that believable? I'm not too sure. Like, you either farm it out completely, or like do it, give the job to someone else, a Ukrainian gangster or something, or you do it through the gang, the Latin Kings gang. Hey, look, someone just bought a coffee. Thank you, someone. Let's see if we can find your name on the site here, so we can say thank you directly. C. Meadows. I think that might be Cynthia. Thank you, Cynthia. It's much appreciated.
And your answer was 2.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you again. How many guns were brought for the second trip, your second trip, the murder trip?
Can't remember.
Would it help your memory to listen to your statement from October 4th of 2016?
Yes, sir.
If you could put on those headphones for me, please. Oh. Yeah.
Don't mess up his hair. Hey, thanks so much, Leslie. That's really appreciated. Great way to support the channel, Leslie. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, did listening to yourself refresh your recollection?
Man, I love this new coffee widget we've got where it pops up. We're going to get this chat thing sorted because there's this black background, which I don't like on the new software. but I've been looking into some stuff today for pushing content live, so we can show, you know, while we're listening, show all sorts of things. It's going to be great, like slideshows, really easy. Man, it's awesome, this new software. I love it. It's really good quality, and it's got so many features. But you know, all in good time. Little more every day, right? Little more every day.
Collection.
Yes, sir.
And I'll ask you again, how many guns were brought?
1.
All right. So now we have it. Not what you told the government. When they asked you the question about 2 guns, now it's 1 gun.
Yes, sir. I mean, we all make mistakes. It's been 8 years. Memories, you forget stuff. 8 years, who's going to remember?
And again, the only thing that you've had to remember over the past 8 years is your testimony.
Yeah, I don't sit down in my cell and think about this right here.
Let's talk about the bullets. You bought those, correct?
Yes, sir.
You bought those at a gun store
Yes, sir.
on Biscayne
Yes, I did.
in between 112th and 117th.
Yes, sir.
The guns that we spoke about, there's the blue steel long nose and the short nose, the one that you bought.
Yes, sir.
All right, so the short nose that you bought, that gun was the one that was dumped.
Yes, sir.
What was the address? Let's see if we can have a look at the gun shop.
This right here. Yes, I did.
In between 112th and 117th.
Yes, sir.
You bought those, correct?
Yes, sir.
You bought those at a gun store
Yes, sir.
on Biscayne
Yes, I did.
Biscayne,
in between 112th and 117th.
112th.
Yeah. The guns that we spoke about, there's the blue steel long nose and the short nose, the one that you bought.
Yes, sir.
All right, so the short nose that you bought, that gun was the one that was dumped.
Yes, sir.
And it was dumped, you say, near a bridge
Yes, sir.
by Garcia
Yes, sir.
on the ride home.
Yes, sir.
Now, you claim that you wanted to help them find the murder weapon, right?
Yes, sir.
But in actuality, you never wanted them to find it.
No, I don't know what bridge. There's so many bridges we passed through. I'm not gonna.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Law enforcement knows the very precise route you took. So it's not a matter of checking all bridges in the state of Florida,
I'm
correct?
not gonna remember the bridge, sir.
That's not my question. Law enforcement knows the precise route that you took home, right?
I guess so.
And they drove you on that precise route.
Yes, sir.
And you never pointed out the alleged bridge that the gun
I
was.
passed through so many bridges, sir. I'm not gonna remember. Just like I told them, I don't remember the bridge.
I'm showing you what's been entered in Defense 6. This was your best attempt at helping them find the murder weapon in this case, right?
Yes,
You
sir.
drew this.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about the amount of times that you went out looking with them. You haven't been out with them since 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you only went out a couple of times, a couple of days, a couple of hours to look for this gun, right?
I don't remember a couple of times, but I don't remember.
Was it less than that?
Maybe one time.
One time you get into a van, they drive around, look at a couple of bridges, and then give up.
I mean, I can't remember.
Mr. Rivera, isn't it true that you did what you said you were going to do, which is to put it away and bury that shit somewhere? No one is going to find it but me.
Yes, sir.
You said that, right?
Yes, I did.
And that's what you did with this gun.
No, sir.
The gun was never found, right?
I never dished it nowhere. I never threw it nowhere. That wasn't my job.
You bought the gun.
I bought the gun.
You handled the gun.
Handle it? Like what type of you talking about?
Well, you remember how you told us that time that the guy walked in the hotel room and you picked up both guns and you pointed it at them?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you touched that gun.
Yes, I did.
And you gave vague information where it was acquired from, and you gave very little information as to where it was disposed of. You did that to protect yourself on both ends, didn't you?
Not at all, sir.
Now, you are aware that if law enforcement were to get that gun, you could be federally prosecuted. You know that.
No, sir.
Do you not know that?
Carrie, the picture, the map, that was Biscayne between 112th and 117th, where this gun store was supposed to be, but I couldn't find the gun store. It might not exist anymore, I don't know.
Do you not remember?
Me being prosecuted if they find a gun?
Do you
Spacey, the attorney's name is Christopher DeCoste.
not remember knowing that if they had that gun, they could tie it to interstate commerce? Do you not remember knowing that?
Oh, I don't remember.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment.
Okay.
Second deposition, page 279, lines 1 through 9.
See what Mr. Rivera understands first. You're going to refresh his recollection? Let's see what Mr. Rivera understands first.
She's going to do that as well, Your Honor,
Okay. You may.
to save the trips back and forth.
All right. Mr. Rivera, this young lady is just going to give you some assistance with reviewing this transcript. If you feel comfortable reviewing it yourself and understanding it, then you can review it and understand it, and you just let me know. But if for some reason you don't, she's going to help you or read it to you quietly. Excuse me?
She's gonna have to help me.
Okay, all right. That's what she'll do then. Thank you.
All set?
I got I'll speak loud. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
And we were talking about why you would hide the origin and the disposal of the gun. And I had asked you about you being federally prosecuted. You were aware and you know that if they have that gun, they could tie it to interstate commerce and federally prosecute you on this case.
Yes, and it says that I'm not sure, but yes.
Christopher DeCoste is really not doing enough here. What did we find in the part one? We found that the best thing he could be doing was what? He made a real good point, but it should have been the thread that went through everything. Every point he made should have had that thread. That if Sigfredo just gave up... No, sorry. If Lewis just gave up Sigfredo, it wouldn't have been enough to get him a deal. Or as good a deal. Or maybe any deal. He had to give them someone that they didn't have. I.e. Katie. That's Christopher DeCoste's point of making it look like that Lewis fabricated the thing about Katie involved because that would get him a deal. That should have been his hit home point all the way through. Every single point he made should have had that at its core. Right? Christopher DeCoste doesn't give a fuck about Sigfredo Garcia. He's already convicted. He's done. You know? I mean, I don't think it would have worked, but I don't know. He's just not really doing that much, you know? He's a good lawyer. He's talented, but this is a tough witness for him. It's like the main witness against his client.
Yes, that you are aware of that. Not sure if they could, but you're aware that it's a possibility.
Yes, not sure if they could, but yes, I'm aware of it.
And that's something that would be a concern because you can't fight the feds.
Yes, sir.
Now that gun, it would be evidence against you, right?
Yes, sir.
That you're the shooter.
I'm not the shooter.
You know, it's interesting that you say that. If I could have Rivera, your testimony is that you drove up this driveway behind that car, and that Garcia got out, went inside, and shot Professor Markel, right?
Yes, sir.
But you knew that Professor Markel's window was up, right?
Yes, I can see it.
You also knew that he was on the phone when he got shot, right?
I pulled up right behind him. I can see him.
And you also knew, you happened to have the detail, that he raised his arm when he was shot in the face.
I can see that too.
Those are odd details for Sigfredo Garcia to shoot him, to jump back in the car and say, drive. Hey, and by the way, he was on his phone, the window was up, and he raised his arm.
I can see everything, sir. I'm pulled up right behind him.
Let's stay in the driveway and return to the issue from yesterday. When I was asking you questions about your testimony about claiming to see Wendy Adelson walk down that driveway and into the house the day before the murder, and I'm going to give this to you for context so you know where I'm going. You remember how I had asked you questions about your exchange with Garcia, how he said she's here to make sure it's getting done, how then he made a phone call.
Man, I gotta catch up with that case, Leslie. I haven't touched it yet. You know, sounds good. Sounds
Called to
juicy.
Katherine Magbanua, and he made that before noon on Thursday. Now, I asked you that question you didn't remember. Do you remember now? Was that phone call before noon on Thursday?
I don't remember the time.
Would it help your memory if you were to listen to yourself from your recording on 10-4?
Maybe.
So he's gonna listen again. We can't hear.
Did that help your memory?
Yeah.
And when was it that you said that this phone call happened?
I said maybe by noon.
All right, you said before 12 noon on Thursday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those are your words.
Yes, sir.
So just to make sure that we have the context correct, so it's from yesterday, you have this alleged sighting, this alleged conversation with Garcia, and before you get back to the hotel, before 12 noon, he's on the phone with Katie, finding out what's going on.
Yes, sir.
You made all that up, didn't you?
No, sir.
Now, you were banking on the fact that Garcia, having children with Katie, is always on the phone with her, right?
Yes, sir.
In evidence, we have Katherine Magbanua's cell phone records. And would you be surprised to learn that there is no phone call between Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua before 12 noon that day?
Will you be surprised if I tell you they had throwaway phones?
So your testimony now is that Katherine Magbanua had a throwaway phone?
They both had throwaway phones.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment.
Yeah, Leslie, we'll definitely find the time to cover this case. Sounds like a really good one. I need to dedicate some hours and just get like real familiar with it, though. You know, I'm not too sure how I feel about coming in cold. It might be a good thing to play around with, but not with a case that sounds this good. I want to familiarize myself with the dais.
Okay.
Mr. Rivera, on October 4th, 2016, you gave the recorded statement, right?
Don't remember.
On November 29th, 2016, you appeared before a grand jury in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
On March 22nd, 2019, you appeared for a deposition in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
January 31st, 2018, the year before, a different deposition in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've sat in that chair before back in 2019 on October 1st and October 2nd, correct?
Yes, I did, sir.
And you have never made that claim before that there was a disposable phone.
Believe I have.
Isn't this you just evolving your story to keep up for the mistakes?
No, sir.
Let's talk about cars.
It's not
focus
General
now.
Isom.
On the June trip.
What kind of car does he drive? Tell me every single car he's driven. Every single car he's ever owned. Tell me about them all. I want to know the make, model, year, mileage, everything about the cars. I'm a car guy.
Aren't your words the first time we came up, I never drove the car at all?
I never drove the first car.
I'm showing you what's been entered in is State's Exhibit 65. First term's in June, correct?
Yes, sir.
You get a citation for driving that car, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you were alone in that car because you were alone on the first trip.
No, sir, not at all.
So you get a citation, but you weren't driving the car.
That was for Sigfredo.
So Sigfredo was driving, but you get the ticket?
He was with me. I think we had changed. I think we had stopped somewhere, if I remember. I think we had stopped and we just for that moment, I drove a little bit.
Isn't this your testimony evolving again? You make a mistake,
It's
you
the
change
same
it.
answer I gave since day one, man. You're not going to sit here and try to confuse me back and forth.
Mr. Rivera, didn't you just say 2 minutes ago to this jury, you never drove the first trip?
I can't really remember, but now that you
I love it when Luis Rivera gets a little heated. I've done the same thing, man, since day one. You're not gonna stand there confuse me back and forth.
say, yeah, I mean, when I got the ticket, if that was the first car, I guess.
You remember everything she asked you, but not what I present you with, right?
I tell her the same thing I tell you. If I don't remember, I don't remember. If I say yes, yes. Say no, it's no.
You make no mistakes about the alleged claims against Ms. Magbanua, but when presented with evidence showing that you're wrong on details, then, I don't remember.
I'm not wrong, man. Not at all, sir. Everything I say is nothing but the truth.
Let's keep going then.
That's right.
You have the June trip. You have the murder trip. Mr. Rivera, how many trips were made for the purpose of this killing? Actually, let's wait on that for a second. We'll come back in a minute. On direct examination, you testified that the purpose of the June trip, this one, where you got the citation being a passenger, that the purpose of the first trip was to scout it out. That was your testimony yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
Brief moment, Your Honor. Grand jury, page 8, 326. Mr. Rivera, you appeared before a grand jury back in 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was for the purpose of, this is after you get your deal, it was for the purpose of indicting Ms. Magbanua, right?
Yes, sir.
I wasn't there, right?
We're in the courtroom?
No defense attorneys were there, correct?
Yes, sir.
None of us were there, right?
Yes.
But she was,
Yes.
asking you questions.
Yes, sir.
There was a court reporter taking down your words, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you swore to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Kapman asked you the question. Okay, and what was the purpose of the first trip to Tallahassee? Answer. The purpose of the first trip was to do the murder the first trip. Question, to do the murder? Answer, yeah, but I didn't want to do that.
We were supposed to scope out the place, and if it would have got done, it would have got done that day, but it never happened. So
Your testimony years back was the purpose of the June trip, when you were alone, was to do the murder. That was your testimony, right? To do the murder.
Yes.
But when she asked you,
Hello, Cassidy, Linda, and Grish. Welcome.
yesterday, it's a different answer.
It's been years, man. Can't remember.
When you're in your cell,
I don't think about this. Tell you that one more time. I don't say to myself and think about this. So don't ask me that question again. You're repeating yourself over and over.
Mr. Rivera, let's talk about trips. There was the June trip and then the murder trip, right? Those are two of the trips.
Yes, sir.
But I'm going to ask you an open-ended question. How many trips were there to Tallahassee for the purpose of killing Professor Markel?
2 trips. I believe it was 2 trips that I said.
2 trips?
Yes, sir.
Second deposition, page 103. lines 16 through 24.
Judge, I'm going to object on this one, improper impeachment.
Do you need to be more specific on the record?
I think so, Judge.
All right, let's go sidebar.
Hello, Marianne. Oh. Another sidebar. A long sidebar, man. Kind of looking forward to getting to Georgia Kappelman's redirect here. This is hanging a bit. There's not much going on, Chris. You're losing us, Chris.
2 trips, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, everybody join Discord who's not already in Discord. It's free, it's great. Always stuff going on there. It's just like a big chat. It's like this chat, but all the time, and with images, with links, with information about cases we cover, cases we don't cover. Everybody's there. Oh, people's pets, people's fantastic pets. The True Crime Metrics animals are all there too, guys. Link in the description, or write in shotguns, put one in the chat there. Discord, invitation only. There is your exclusive link.
You remember a few years back, Miss Kawas and I coming out to Arizona to take your deposition in USB Tucson, right?
Yes, sir.
We sat in a room, Miss Kawas, Miss Kappelman, myself, you, and a court reporter, right?
Yes, sir.
You were sworn in before that deposition. You swore to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
You have a cooperation agreement where you have to give truthful testimony, complete testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
And the court reporter took down all of your words.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember me asking you, like Sigfredo, you were coked up and drinking the whole trip? You, the whole trip and back out every day. Me, this is the first trip in June, the witness. The first trip in June, the second trip, the third trip. Every time we went up there, we was always coked up and drinking. Me, there was a third trip. You, we're going to get to that. There was only 2 trips. You slipped up, didn't you?
No, sir.
See, your discovery, the reports that you got from their office only talked about 2 trips, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's why your testimony was there was only 2 trips.
There's only been 2 trips.
But when you were asked questions on a different topic, you couldn't keep your story straight. And you said, we, not they, we. The first trip in June, the second trip, the third trip, every time we went up there, we was always coked up and drinking.
Yeah, but I hate it when attorneys do that because, when you're using the collective pronoun we, it doesn't necessarily mean we went up in the multiple. It can be referring to the task that we were undergoing as a group was carried out by one of us. Like if you and me are planning a murder and I go up, I could say we went up because I'm referring to the group of conspirators. I went up to perform an element of the task for us, It's like if you work for a company and you go to a conference or an exhibition, right, on your own, but you're representing the company, you could say the company went up, we went up, the company was represented at the conference by me. but we, the company, were there. Yeah, it's a reach. It's a reach.
Those are your words.
And it shows. It shows when lawyers, when a lawyer starts doing that, you know they're in trouble. It doesn't look good ever.
Right?
Yes.
I wasn't tricking you. Right? We asked you a straightforward question about drugs and alcohol, and you said third trip.
2 trips.
Which is inconsistent with the information that you had received in your discovery before you cooperated.
2 trips.
Now, Mr. Rivera, in all your other prior times, October 4th, January 31st, November of 2019, November of 2016, October 1st and 2nd, 2019, no mention ever of a third trip.
I don't remember that 3rd trip.
You would agree with me if you were to change your testimony to slip up,
No, sir.
and it were to be found that there were a third trip, that you would be in violation of your cooperation agreement with that office.
No, sir.
You don't agree with me that if they were to find out there were a third trip, that you would be in violation of the agreement where you must give the truth and the complete truth.
I only came up twice.
That's not my question. You would agree with me that if you left out a vital fact, a vital trip, that you would be in violation of your agreement.
Yes.
Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Now, you've previously sat in that same seat and tried to repair that mistake, haven't you?
No, sir.
You haven't sat up there before and said, you know what? It was Sigfredo Garcia and King Anthony that made a trip. You've never said that before?
Yes, sir. Now you're trying to remember my memory's coming back. Yeah. That was
Okay.
that 3rd trip you're talking about. That he came up with somebody else, not me.
So there is a third trip.
I remember. Now that you say it, yeah, I remember saying that. But you saying that I came up here 3 times, I only came out twice. That 3rd trip was somebody else. You need to say the whole story. You're just saying half of the thing. I said 3. I only came up 3 times. Come on, dog.
I wasn't there. I don't know the truth.
But if it's in that paper, read it out right.
Okay. We. You understand what we means, right?
Yes.
Not they. We.
Yeah.
He's so passionate when he gets going.
Okay. But you then tried to correct that because, again, you'd be in violation of that agreement. It was, no, Sigfredo Garcia and King Anthony.
Hey, Colleen. Welcome, Colleen.
But that's what we're focusing on right now. That you previously said that there was a third trip, Sigfredo Garcia and King Anthony, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that because apparently Sigfredo Garcia told you that there was this third trip.
Yes, sir.
You see the stack of paperwork in front of me, right?
I see all that.
You've given sworn testimony 10 times before.
Yes, sir.
The closest that you've gotten to ever mentioning that third trip was...
Yeah, he's given a lot of testimony. He's probably, by the time he's released, he's probably going to sat in this witness box more time than his cell. It's like, fucking hell, how many more trials have they got to go? Charlie might have another one. Then we got Donna. Then we got Wendy, Harvey, the butler. What did the butler do? Well, I think he left a money package for Sigfredo. Put him on trial.
The we statement, and then in October of 2019. In your recorded interview, October of 2016, you never mentioned a third trip, right?
I think I did.
Yeah, you know, I everyone's got a soft spot for Lewis, you know. It just, but like I was saying earlier, I'd have no problem in inviting him round my house for Christmas lunch, opening the presents under the tree on Christmas morning. I think he'd be polite, respectable, and safe, you know, and generous. He's probably a really good laugh when you get to know him.
Your Honor, Mr. Rivera, your October 4, 2000.
And if you said to Luis Rivera, listen, the kids don't know you that well, and we've got this Santa costume that happens to be your size, do you mind putting it on and the fake beard, and you could come in and pretend you're Santa to the kids? He'd be up for it 100%.
16 statement. It was roughly 3 hours, correct?
I don't remember.
But it'd be funny if he came into the, the living room where the kids are with a big sack of presents, big white beard, big red suit, and then when he sat down, a 45 caliber handgun just fell out of his costume onto the floor. Oh man, man, it's all right, dog. The safety's on.
Your Honor, one brief moment.
Santa Rivera sounds like a really good restaurant. Carrie, have you tried the tacos at Santa Rivera? They have a chef. He's from Guatemala or somewhere, and you've got to go. Everybody's talking about the tacos at Santa Rivera. Did you see the review in the Times? The Times gave it 3 gold whisks.
Thank you. So it should be in your statement, right?
It should be.
It definitely wasn't in your discovery, right?
I don't know. I can't read, so I never read that discovery.
Yeah, but you had 2 attorneys and they reviewed it with you.
I mean, it's been a long time, sir.
So, in the years, let's sidetrack for a moment. In the years, you've had tons of meetings, since your cooperation, tons of meetings with their office, correct?
Yes.
You've sat down for hours on end with investigator Jason Newland, their investigator, not Tallahassee Police Department.
I know, Carrie, right? It's the type of restaurant that chefs want to go to. Celebrity chefs are queuing up to get the best table in the house at Santa Rivera. And their signature dish is tacos. Authentic tacos with an exclusive twist,
With Jason Newland reviewing your testimony.
Don't remember you reviewing no testimony, but I don't remember that.
So all the times that there are orders to transport you from jail to their office wasn't for the purpose of reviewing your testimony?
I mean, yeah, we review, but you talking about my discovery and testimony and all that?
No, what I'm talking about is
Katie Cool lady loves Michelin dining, but does she remember what she had to eat the next day? I'd like to see your wine list. Yes, we have it ready for you, ma'am.
specifically your testimony, and specifically whether you ever told Jason Newland about a 3rd trip.
I don't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember whether you told Jason Newland, Agent Patrick Sanford, or investigator Craig
I've been to Michelin-star restaurants, and I never paid that much money. Actually, I never paid, but the bill wasn't that much. I did have a steak once that was 120 pounds, like sterling pounds, just for the steak. Fries were extra, vegetables were extra. Just the fucking steak was 120 pounds. But I gotta say, it was very good. But, I had a steak in Paris that was 20 euros, and it was better. So, it's all bullshit, really.
Isom about a 3rd trip.
I remember telling them.
So you told them about this 3rd trip.
Yeah, I don't think Jason was there.
Okay, so you told Agent Sanford and Investigator Isom about this 3rd trip between Sigfredo Garcia and one of your Latin King brothers.
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me that if you never mentioned that that you would be in violation of your cooperation agreement?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about your communication with the outside world when you're in federal custody. Okay? When you were in Coleman, if you could explain to the jury what Coleman is.
Coleman is Coleman 1. It's an active yard. It's a real violent yard. They don't play over there.
So back in 2016, before you're charged in this case, you're in Coleman, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you agree with me that you're able to get access to both legitimate and illegitimate phones while in Coleman, right?
Yeah.
That you were able to have a three-way call with Sigfredo Garcia through one of your brothers.
I ain't never called him on the phone.
I'm sorry?
I never spoke to him on the phone or did a three-way. It was like a text,
Now,
a text service.
and some of that happened through a guy named Leanback, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Leanback is a king,
Yes.
and you would send emails through the system that you have in federal custody to Leanback, and then he would send out texts on your behalf.
Probably sound like one email, if I believe.
Brian Faircloth, you need to go back to butcher school, man. You know, it's the different cuts of meat. Burger, you just have the neck. What do you call it in the States? Chuck. Ground chuck. Yeah, you're not going to make a burger. I mean, I guess you could make a burger out of a fillet. But you'd need to add some fat. You know, a good burger should be 80-20.
All right. Now, in May of 2016, starting in May of 2016, you're able to communicate via this messaging system with Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes.
Hi,
Now, during that
Christina,
time, you're
right
also
on time.
communicating with Jessica Rodriguez, the mother of your children.
We're
correct?
open. We're open all night, Christina. Don't worry about it. Welcome, Christina, and Patricia Burns. Hey, Patricia Burns, I thought about you today because I was in the supermarket and I actually saw Werther's Original, those candies. And it's funny because I didn't think they exist, but I'm in that supermarket all the time. So I must have seen it, but it's just like my mind is closed off. But because you mentioned Werther's Original today, there it was, right there in the supermarket.
And you're doing that through email.
Yes, sir.
And her email, correct me if I'm wrong, is siannanegron1020@gmail.com.
Yes, sir.
That's SIANNANEGRON 1020@gmail.com. Right?
Yes, sir.
And on May 10, 2016, right around the time of the wiretaps, you emailed.
Yeah, you need a lot of fat in a burger, 20%. Sure, you can go leaner and have 10 or 5%, but it's just not the same. You need the juicy, you need the fat because it's all ground up. It just makes the whole thing juicy. That's the secret.
Email her asking for Garcia's cell phone number.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree or do you deny that then in May 2016, Sigfredo Garcia is receiving text messages from somebody saying this is Tato?
Yes, sir.
And that's you, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's you sending those messages.
Yes.
Let's stay on the topic of Garcia. Where Garcia lived. He was living on 186th and Biscayne, correct?
Yes.
There's a period of time that he was living with King Anthony, right? If you remember.
Probably, I think so.
Around the time of 2014.
Yeah.
Now let's stay on the topic of Sigfredo Garcia. We'll talk about Katherine. He loved her, right?
He
Still
sure
loves
did.
her.
He sure did.
Crazy about her.
Yes,
Would do anything for her.
of course.
Now, you have known Sigfredo Garcia your entire life, right?
Yes, sir.
You refer to him as brother.
Yes, sir.
Now, this isn't just something that you guys hang out on the weekends. You very much are together in the same community hanging out.
Yes, sir.
You know everything about each other.
Yes, sir.
You know his reputation in the community.
Yes, sir.
You know that his reaction if somebody were sleeping with Katie, he'd confront them, right?
Of course.
Try to run him over.
Yes, sir.
You agree with me that it is in Sigfredo's character that he would find somebody that's sleeping with Katie, right?
Yes, sir.
And hurt them.
Yes, sir.
Meaning, meet them face to face.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk now about the dentist and Katherine. You agree with me that Garcia knew about the relationship.
Yes, sir.
He knew about the relationship with the dentist.
Yes, sir.
He told you that he knew about it.
Yes, sir.
And he also told you he was her boss. The dentist was her boss.
Yes, sir.
And he knew the guy's name.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that Sigfredo Garcia was angry, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was jealous.
Yes, sir.
Now, because of this, because the love of his life was with somebody else, let's back up for a second. Sigfredo Garcia does well with women, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very much a lady.
Yes, sir.
He's got real light green eyes, right?
Yes, sir.
Almost like lime green.
Yes, sir.
Girls flock to him.
Of course.
Charismatic guy, right?
Yes, sir.
Very well spoken, very tough guy, right?
Yes, sir.
But for the first time,
Look
there
at
was
him there.
he had some competition.
Yes, sir.
Because the guy that he was in competition with had the one thing that he doesn't have, which is finances.
Yes, sir.
Although Sigfredo, being the guy that was very good with women, he was never really financially secure. Right?
Yes, sir.
So because of this, Sigfredo, for the first time, in actual jeopardy of losing Katherine, he was going through a lot, right?
Yes, sir.
He was desperate.
Yes.
He was drinking.
Every day.
He was doing coke, like every day, right?
Every day.
And he was doing it more than usual.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't usual for him to do it every day, but he was off. He was not himself.
Yes, sir.
He was fighting a lot.
Every day.
And this is around the time of 2014 when they're broken up. So between the end of 2013, half of 2014, he's losing it, right?
Yes, sir.
He's violent and erratic.
Yes, sir.
And he actually went so far as to stalking the dentist, right?
Yes, sir.
And you remember a specific time where in that truck, right?
Yes, sir.
That black Dodge truck that you guys went to a restaurant, right?
Yes, sir.
And what you saw was Katherine Magbanua sitting outside with the guy that she was dating, and he was flipping out.
Yes, sir.
You know, somebody got confused earlier when I was talking about putting the video together, putting the video out about the Uvia dinner. They started going on about the Yardbird dinner. And the Yardbird dinner falls into the theory about the Uvia dinner, but they are separate things, okay? But there's almost, I mean, they're kind of together, right? Because it's about Wendy. It's about Wendy, what she knew, everything like that, and what made her throw up at the Uvia dinner. But the Yardbird dinner falls into it a lot. So I don't know if it's enough to do a separate video on Yardbird. I think we're just going to include it in the Uvia dinner. But that's going to be dropping this month, guys. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Do not miss that video, because that is going to be way better than this video. It's just taking a while to edit.
He was furious. right?
Yes.
He actually wanted to take that truck and run over the dinner party that they were with, right?
Yes.
He was so angry, you had to stop him.
Yes, sir.
Now let's make sure that we have the context. Before the murder, they're broken up, right?
Yes, sir.
And then right after the murder, they're back together, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera, Garcia played you, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes.
He confronted Charles.
But you mean confronting Joe?
Like you said was in his nature, that this guy would confront the guy that was in between him and the woman that he loved.
Yeah.
That was his nature to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Like you said was in his nature.
Yes, sir.
Like he told you he would do.
Yes.
And that confrontation turned into a negotiation between him and Charles Adelson.
As much as I love Christopher DeCoste, he's just lost it with this witness. You can see him, like the jury are watching him reshape the evidence really badly, and that caused him to, whatever he just said, it's poor. It's actually poor, and I'm sorry, Chris, but you failed on this one completely. You're way better on Wendy. Miss Adelson, this is all about you, isn't it? There's 100 people in this courtroom, possibly thousands watching, and it's all because of your bad marriage.
Right?
You think they spoke?
You've told us that this guy would absolutely confront that other guy, right?
Of course.
And it would be very awkward. What I'm saying is that Sigfredo Garcia came to you with a job, but he never told you.
Finally, we got the background off the chat message. Good. Nice.
Who it was for. He couldn't tell you, hey, that guy that I just wanted to run over, we're going to do a job for him. Because you, as a Latin King boss, you would say, that doesn't make any sense. The government told you Katie was involved, right?
No, sir. No, sir.
You went along with it
No, sir.
because you can't fight the feds,
No, sir.
so you took it and ran.
No, sir. She's been involved the whole time. It's the only
Nothing.
one he speaks to.
I'm sorry?
It's the only girl he speaks to is Katie. Whatever she tells him to do, he jumps and do it. That's his weakness. Her right there.
Nothing. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rivera, you were asked if you agreed to the government's facts. Do you remember being asked that?
What's facts?
Did you agree to the government's facts? I think the question is, did you read or have read to you the reports in this case and then just regurgitate whatever was in the reports? Is that what you did?
No, ma'am.
All right. When you cut a deal, what was your understanding of what you had to do to get the
Cooperate.
benefit of the deal?
Cooperate.
And does cooperate mean regurgitate every single thing that's in the police reports?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, what's in the police reports includes Charlie Adelson being involved in this case. You don't know anything about that, do you?
No, ma'am.
So you're not able to regurgitate that fact, are you?
No, ma'am.
Would you agree that it would be helpful to the state? You know we're prosecuting Charlie Adelson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It would be helpful if you could say Charlie Adelson did it.
Yes, ma'am.
But you can't do that, can you?
No, ma'am.
Because you don't know that fact, do you?
No, ma'am.
The only person that knows that fact is Katherine Magbanua, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that's
Hi, Michelle.
who she was dating.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you did correct us on some things we had wrong, didn't you? And for example, the money drop.
Sorry, the two. We're just, I think we're set now. Just sorting out this chat overlay highlight thing with the comments. I think we're set.
You got the money the next morning, not the night of, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that wasn't in the police reports, was it?
No, ma'am.
We didn't know about that until you told us, did we?
Yes, ma'am.
We didn't know y'all shot a hole in the Prius, did we, until you told us?
Yes, ma'am.
That wasn't in the police report.
We didn't know you knuckleheads shot a hole in your own car, did we? We didn't even look for that because we couldn't imagine that you'd be so stupid as to shoot a hole in your own rental.
Reports, was it?
No, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, let's be careful of the leading questions, please.
The facts that you agreed to, did we basically get it right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the facts that you agreed to, are those the facts that you personally have knowledge of?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Tay. So good to see you.
Where does Shrimp live?
Miami Beach.
Yeah, Soap is having a midnight snack at 2 in the morning. That's her eating time. Whenever I'm on stream, you know, the bowl of food sits there for hours. She's like, no, thank you. No, thank you. I need to wait until you're broadcasting. Thank you.
I don't know the address, but she's staying in
She just wants the attention. Don't give it to her.
Miami Beach.
Do you remember the map that Mr. DeCote showed you with the little island? Does she live on that island?
Yes.
Out
ma'am.
there, okay. And that's where you sent somebody to pick up Garcia to come get the money at Jessica's house.
Hey, thanks so much for the coffee, Christina. And we have Christina has just joined the Patreon memberships. Great, guys. Great memberships on Patreon. Link in the description. We're building our community on Patreon. We're going to be putting out more content on Patreon soon enough. Soon enough, guys. It's coming. It's coming. It's in the pipeline. It's in the works. Fantastic stuff. We still do need either the King of Bangladesh or the Prime Minister of Turkey to sign up for a lifetime membership on buymeacoffee.com. That would be great if we could find those two to come and join us on the lifetime membership of buymeacoffee.com. It's just buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics and then click memberships.
The morning after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And before you sent somebody to go
Let's
get
go to our
Garcia,
leaderboard, actually, guys. Okay, let me get set up here. Where's our leaderboard? Our fantastic
from
leaderboard.
Shrimp's house, did you have your phone in your possession?
I had 2 phones, and Anthony has my other phone.
All right. And one of the phones that you had in your possession that morning of the money drop, did you use that phone to talk to Katherine Magbanua?
She called me.
And what did she tell you?
She like, who's gonna come get this money?
She had the money and y'all need to come get it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you sent somebody out to find
Objection, Your
Garcia.
Honor, leading.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Ms. Kappelman, let's be careful of the leading questions, please. Those are leading questions.
You were asked if Garcia was stupid and made mistakes in this case. Do you recall being asked that?
No,
Did
ma'am.
he mess up by talking on the phone, using his phone, making
Yes,
calls?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were stupid too, weren't you? I mean, you made some mistakes, didn't you?
Both of us. Stupid.
You're wearing blue partially because you got caught in this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you brought a phone to do a murder, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, thanks so much, Ryden. Good on you, Ryden.
Did you rent a car in your own name to come do a murder?
Yes.
Posted something on Instagram from Tallahassee while you were here?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
That's not a leading question.
Did you
Yes.
post something to get you caught?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you were shown this exhibit, State's Demonstrative C.
Objection, I didn't show the witness that exhibit.
Have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection outside of the scope of cross.
Overruled.
All right. And you were asked about the phones that you had. I know you don't remember the phone numbers, it's been too long. But you've seen this exhibit before today, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you were asked about these phones and these phone numbers way back when we first started asking you questions about this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Years ago, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you authenticated those two phone numbers back at that time.
All right, hold on, guys. Okay, so there we go with that. And we interact and we scroll down. Ah, yes. Was it just loading? Just got to check our leaderboard. We've got to give credit to the leaders on the leaderboard, guys. Why isn't it loading? Come on. God damn it. Ah, yes. So we're scrolling down. Who? Ah, here we go. Oh, look, riding shotgun. How have you got to the top, riding shotgun? That's amazing. Ah, it's from the last 90 days. Okay, well, congratulations, riding shotgun. You are our #1 supporter on buymeacoffee.com, followed closely by the great Amanda Chapman, followed even more closely by the wonderful, lovely Leslie B. Thanks, guys. You are the angels of True Crime Metrics, each and every one of you. Oh, I like how that leaderboard updates every 90 days. Spacey Dove, you've fallen behind. Oh, but you're so much appreciated, Spacey Dove. You're a lifetime member, you know that. You are cast in stone in our hearts forever. And you'll always be #1 in True Crime Metrics. Yeah, there's a fantastic leaderboard, guys. Brilliant stuff. Congratulations, Riding Shotgun, on being our #1 supporter on buymeacoffee.com. And congratulations also to Amanda and Leslie. Wonderful, guys. Thank you so much. Okay.
Time when your memory was better as being your phone numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you don't remember those numbers as you sit here today.
I mean, it's been a long time, but
That's okay. I just want to clarify what the situation is with the phone numbers. You did remember them at one time.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and those, you have seen that exhibit before and authenticated those phone numbers as your phone numbers.
Yes, I have, ma'am.
All right.
How do you take your coffee, Riding Shotgun? I'm going to have one myself right now. Seems only right to offer you one, seeing as you are our new Buy Me a Coffee champion, top of the table, first place on the leaderboard. How about that, Riding? It's been too long. It's been a long time coming, but you finally made it. #1 first place. I just think it's wonderful. I love how we have the leaderboard.
How long was the deposition at Coleman Prison?
I can't remember
Who was asking you questions?
the two detectives.
No, I'm talking about at the prison when we did the deposition.
Oh, yeah, I can't. I don't know their names like that, but the two lawyers.
The two lawyers were asking you questions,
Yes, ma'am.
and that went on for a whole day, right?
Objection, again leading.
Overruled.
How long did it go on?
I think it was a whole day.
It was long, it was a long
It's a long
time.
day.
Okay. All right, and you were asked many, many questions. Among them, were you asked about the trips and how much you were drinking on the trips, how much cocaine you were using on the trips? Were those sorts of questions asked of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you always maintained in that deposition and all the other statements that you were in fact using cocaine and alcohol
Objection.
on both
Proper.
trips.
Improper bolstering, always maintained.
Hey,
Overruled.
Lenny. Lenny says that the audio just started glitching for her. Anyone else? Now, someone said this in our stream earlier, and I went back after the broadcast had finished, and there wasn't any issue. In fact, the audio was really, really good. But a couple of people have referred to places where the audio was glitching for them, but it seems to only be them. So I'm not exactly sure how we can correct that, because there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the video. Like Carrie says, audio is okay on her end. So yeah, please do let us know if people are having audio cut out. We'll get to the bottom of it eventually.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not in dispute, is it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were asked about this third trip, you know, I asked you about in the police reports, there were some things that you didn't agree with. Do you recall?
Evelina, I'll send you a picture of my kettle if you like. Are you on Discord? Come and join us on Discord and I'll show you my kettle tomorrow. I'm so proud of my kettle. It's so nice. And I just love it. And whenever the time comes where, I mean, it does leak, and I guess I could fix that, but I really don't want a new kettle. I like this kettle. So yeah, come and join Discord and have a look at my kettle tomorrow.
Call something being in the police reports or you being asked questions about a woman seeing two men behind Dan Markel's home sometime before the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what is your testimony regarding whether that was you behind Dan Markel's home sometime before the murder seen by this lady?
No, ma'am.
Here you go. Carrie says rebooting your device seems to help. It could be like a cache issue, maybe, for some people, because it's only affecting some people. So it seems that the problem is on your end. Maybe try rebooting the device or clearing your cache or something. Sorry you're having trouble, guys. But only a few of you are, so it's not my fault.
You didn't do it.
No.
You weren't there.
No.
So that if that was Garcia, he had to be with somebody else.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you don't have any knowledge of when that trip occurred?
No, ma'am.
Oh, it's cutting out for you too, Leslie? I don't know. Is Lewis cutting out, Leslie? Or is it just my microphone?
If that trip even occurred,
No, ma'am.
you weren't here.
No, ma'am.
But if a tall guy and a short guy were behind that home, that wasn't you.
No, ma'am.
And
Hey, Rayanne, how you doing?
have you always maintained that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you've never told anybody that you came here on a third trip.
Like, well,
Have you ever told anybody that you came to Tallahassee on a third
no,
trip?
I only came on 2 trips.
All right. And in the deposition taken of you on March 22nd, 2019, you say, and I'm on the bottom of page 109, starting on line 23, question, why would he have gone with Anthony? Answer, because he was one of us. We used to hang out.
Maybe it's too high quality. Let me just have a quick look here. Oh, what was that? Hey, thanks so much, Averil Mayer. I know that's you, Spacey. Thanks so much, Averil. Very much appreciated for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com. I could lower the video. The audio bitrate is 160 kilobits per second. That's high. We only need a quarter of that. But do I want to... I'm going to put it down to 96. Okay. And the video bitrate is high too. Do we really need it to be that high? 4.5 meg a second? That's way too much. But I don't know if I want to fuck with it. Only some people are having a problem. I'll just lower the audio. Okay, let's start off with that as a troubleshoot. Okay, I've just made a change to the audio bitrate and lowered it, guys. So how do we get on with that?
Out together, and there was some short person that went back there, supposedly in the back of the house, and I ain't never walked back there, and he's short like me.
Oh, it's just my mic. Okay, all right. Thanks for bearing with us, guys. We are just back, so we appreciate it. We appreciate your patience with these technical difficulties. And I know, also I'm going to move the phone and point it up because we're still in this kind of natural basin. There we go. I think this helped earlier. Okay, we've moved the phone and we're pointing it up. Let's and we'll move the microphone like this. We'll put it all nice. The connections are good. Okay, so Spacey, Leslie, and Linny. How are we getting on with that now? Hopefully that should be better. Let's move forward and see how we get on.
Is King Anthony short?
Yes, ma'am.
Like you?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you thought maybe this is the person
Objection,
this
Your
woman
Honor.
saw.
Leading and proper impeachment. We've got leading questions and reading a transcript.
All right, Ms. Kappelman, this is redirect. You're asking leading questions. I understand you're moving things along,
Yes, sir.
but you need to clear up your questions and not ask them in a leading form, okay? Or else I'm going to start interrupting you from this point forward.
Yes, sir.
This is why I love this judge, because he talks like a doctor talks. You know what I mean? Like, knowledgeable, friendly, but straightforward. Like, this is what you need to do. Like, when a doctor talks to you like that, you know? Like, they know what they're doing. And you just kind of trust that. I trust this judge, like I would a doctor.
And so, how did you learn that someone was seen behind the house? Some short guy.
Hey, Addie Zanone, how you doing? Good to see you.
I heard it from a detective.
All right. And did you or did you not, or something else, disagree that you were the one that was back there?
I was never back there.
It wasn't you.
No, ma'am.
All right. Do you enjoy having to testify against your friends?
No.
Would it have been easier for you if your testimony could have been against?
Yeah, I've been in sound, Patricia, for sure. And film. All sorts.
Someone else, a stranger.
Not at all. Nobody.
You think it'd been hard no matter what you had to do?
Yes, ma'am.
But was it particularly hard that you have to testify against your best friend and his wife?
That's hard. It hurts.
Were you loyal to these folks before this all went down?
Yes, ma'am.
When did the defendant and Sigfredo Garcia get back together after the murder? When was the first time they got back together?
Can't remember.
Do you remember giving testimony previously that occurred at the Manny Pacquiao fight?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the Manny Pacquiao fight was in May of
Objection, Your Honor.
2015, wasn't it?
Improper refreshment that is just being said in open court to the witness.
Overruled.
When was the Manny Pacquiao fight?
I don't remember what day was it. I know it was on a Saturday. And that's the day they got together because I tried to put them, me and Jessica tried to put them together. Because I went and bought some shirts from her that day.
All right. And so it wasn't until approximately 10 months after the murder that they got together, or was it right after the murder as you were asked on cross-examination?
Objection, Your Honor. Proper refreshment. We can go sidebar.
No,
Can't remember.
overruled.
Can't remember.
Okay. Can you remember that it was definitely the fight, or could it have been sooner?
Probably the fight.
Your recollection is it occurred at the fight.
Probably the fight.
Okay, but you just don't remember when the fight was.
Yeah, I don't remember when the fight was.
Okay. All right, let's talk about this supposed confrontation that occurred at a restaurant. You know which one I'm talking about, where you were with Sigfredo Garcia watching Katie with the dentist at the restaurant.
On the truck, yes ma'am.
Okay. And during that whole episode, did Sigfredo Garcia ever get out of the car?
Can't remember.
So he might have gone up and confronted the dentist and you just don't remember?
No, he never got off the car in front of him at all.
All right. That's my question.
Okay.
Did the two meet?
No ma'am.
Did they fight?
No ma'am.
Did they have a verbal argument?
No ma'am.
Did Sigfredo Garcia confront him that night about, hey, you're
No
sleeping
ma'am.
with my woman?
No.
All right. And is that something he would have told you at that?
Yes.
He had done that?
Objection, speculation. Move to strike.
That is speculation. That's sustained.
What type of relationship?
Well, is it stricken? Because he didn't confirm it was whether or not it was stricken. It was speculation, though, wasn't it?
Relationship did you have with Sigfredo Garcia back then?
We had a great relationship. It was like my brother.
All right. Did he confide in you? Everything he did he tell you everything?
Objection, speculation.
It's overruled.
What? How is that not speculation? Did he tell you everything? Well, I guess you could say that that's... I don't know. It seems like a grey area, like a blurry line. Is that speculation or not? Did Sigfredo Garcia tell you everything? How would you know that? How would you know if Sigfredo Garcia told you everything? You could say it was an opinion, like, well, he was really upfront about stuff, you know. I don't know. If I were the judge, I'd ask for that question to be reworded at least.
Tell you everything?
Basically everything, yes ma'am.
You were together every day, weren't you?
Every day.
All right. And you were there when this incident occurred at the restaurant.
Yes ma'am.
And that it didn't happen as far as him confronting the dentist.
No ma'am.
No face to face.
Nope.
No physical.
Nope.
Objection, asked and answered multiple times.
Overruled.
And what did y'all do after that confrontation? How did you unwind him?
We left. I said, man, we can't. We wanted to run the truck right through the restaurant. Tell them, nah, we ain't finna do that. Not with me in the truck. But we ended up leaving. We just left.
All right. Do you remember what y'all did that night?
No.
Did you hang out together?
Every day we hang out.
Okay. And that night was no exception?
We hung up that night. I don't know where.
Okay. Well, you don't have to know where, but did y'all spend time together and did he?
It's just 1L, Evelina.
Recover himself from being upset, as upset as he was?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. All right. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Do you want Mr. Rivera retained?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Rivera will be retained. Thank you. You'll be escorted back.
Thank you.
Ms. Kappelman, do you have a brief witness that we can take care of? Okay. All right, we're going to take one more witness before our break, and the state may call its next witness. Waldo Nunez, please.
Who's this? Oh, this is the car rental guy. Oh, Patricia Burns says, Sigfredo told him everything, but just with his beautiful lime green eyes. Like a... what is that? A snake? Is that a snake? I can't really see because the background... Oh, there it is. Like a snake. Sure thing, Evelina. Oh, this guy is now Florida Highway Patrol, but he used to be a car rental guy. Is that right? Have I got the right thing?
Mr. Nunez, if you come up to the witness stand, please. Good morning. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please have a seat.
Yeah, everybody, welcome Addy Zanone to the fabulous Discord. We've got the fabulous Addy Zanone, A to Z, in the fabulous Discord. Now we're rocking, guys. Now we're really rocking.
Good morning, Mr. Nunez.
Morning, ma'am.
Will you say your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, first name Waldo, last name Mesa Nunes, WALDO MESA NENEZ.
Okay.
Waldo, as in where's Waldo? Is that his name?
You say
I didn't even think that was a real name.
your name and spell it for the record, please.
Yes, first name Waldo, last name Mesa Nunes, WALDO MESA NENEZ.
Okay. What do you currently do for work?
What was that?
Where do you work?
FHP, Florida Highway Patrol.
Okay.
FHP.
Where did you work back in 2014?
Comfort Rent a Car.
And was that the Comfort Rent-A-Car in Miami, Florida, near the airport there, the Miami International Airport?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was your...
Yeah. Do you all remember the first time you got pulled over and the cop was younger than you? What a drag. You know, it's like, come on, really? How long have you had your driving license? What do you mean, keep my hands on the wheel? What do you mean you want to see some identification? Wasn't I ahead of you in school?
Position at Comfort?
I used to work at the front desk, so customer service.
Okay. So were you working there in June of 2014?
Yes.
How long did you work for Comfort Rent-A-Car?
From 2014 to 2017.
Sir?
2014 to 2017.
Okay. And during that time, did you work the day shift or the evening shift?
Evening shift.
Okay. Would that have been from about 4 p.m. to about 10 p.m.?
Yes.
So whenever someone would come into Comfort Rental-Car, ask the person who worked the front desk, if they came on your shift, would you be the person that actually filled out the rental contract for them?
Yes.
I love hearing a bit of Sarah Dugan as well, huh? I mean, we love Georgia Kappelman, but every time I hear Sarah Dugan's voice, I get a little bit excited. You know, just generally.
Okay. I've left a couple of items up on the witness stand for you. They've been pre-marked and shown to defense as States Exhibit 70 and 71. Do you see those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recognize those contracts and the GPS?
There's just something in her voice where even when she's questioning one of her own witnesses that's just, you know, not a criminal, just a person that witnessed something in the case. She sounds like she's about to pounce and go for the neck, you know, with the jaws of death.
Information and license and receipt attached?
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually have an opportunity before court to look through those as well?
Yes.
Okay. Whose handwriting is that on the contracts?
Mine.
Now, are rental agreements and the documents associated with them when someone rents a car, like the receipt for any money they give you or their driver's license, a copy of it, and any GPS information that the car may have attached to it, are those kept in the normal course of business at Comfort Rent-A-Car?
Yes.
Okay. And would you have created those agreements at the time that the cars were rented?
Yes.
Yeah, right, Patricia. Patricia says he's got to get back to school after his testimony, so he's still in uniform. I'm surprised he didn't come into the courtroom carrying a carton of milk with a little straw out of the top, you know?
And in those agreements, you're documenting, and we'll go through them, but you were documenting the circumstances around the rental, right? The car that was being rented, the person it was being rented to, how long, those types of things.
Yes.
Okay, and is it the regular practice to keep those types of documents that you have in front of you in the course of business at Comfort Rental Car?
Yes.
Are those accurate copies of the rental agreements?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I would enter state 70 and 71, the rental agreements and GPS information and other documentation with the agreements.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as States Exhibit 70 and 71.
Thank you. All right, permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you.
Okay, so did you have an opportunity to look at these two agreements before court today, and were you able to identify which one came first?
Yes.
And which one came first?
The one in the bottom.
This one?
Yes.
And talk about that one first.
Well, when I say bottom, I meant, yes, that one.
When I said bottom, I meant top. The other bottom. Oh, here we go.
This one? Okay.
All right, what's the name of the person who rented the car?
So it'll be on the top there. Sigfredo Garcia.
All right, and this is the address he gave you and the phone number that he gave you?
Yes.
All right, and up here, this is the Comfort Rental Car, address and information.
Yes.
What type of car did he use?
It'll be a Nissan Altima right there.
What color was it?
Silver.
And right below the word silver is
A
the,
Nissan
The
Altima.
license plate.
okay, and then what date did he rent this car at Comfort?
God,
It'll
nothing.
be this day right
Nothing spells hire car than Nissan Altima, does it? I think I actually had that as a hire car once.
here.
I think I took it back. I think I took it back and got a fucking Kia, which was better.
June 2nd, 2014?
Yes. So that would be a deposit that they had to pay if they were paying cash. That's the days that they rented the vehicle for and the daily rate.
Okay, so you rented the car for 3 days at $49 a day, and then you said that this would be the cash for it and the deposit.
Yes.
Let me see here on the bottom of the page.
What was that?
What do we see here on the bottom of the page? I guess is there a person renting has to sign here?
Yes.
What does this mean?
That means that they had to return the vehicle on that date.
On June 5th, 2014, within the 3-day rental was due?
Yes.
Okay, what time was it due?
8:50 p.m.
What time was the car rented on June 2nd of 2014 at Sigfredo Garcia?
It'll be that time at the end of the contract right there.
And how do you know that?
Because usually that's when I started writing the contract. That's when you put the time.
Okay, so when the customer comes in, rent a car, you pull out the contract and you start writing it, that's when you put the time down?
Yes.
Okay, and the car would be due at that same time, but in 3 days' time?
Yes.
Alright, and then are all the rentals that come for rental car that y'all do kind of in 24-hour increments like that?
Yes.
this driver's license that was attached to this paperwork, which is the driver's license that we got from Sigfredo Garcia when we came in on.
Oh, she should have a radio mic on, you know, I mean, people wander away from the podium. What's the deal with that? I see lawyers with radio mics all the time, but sometimes they just
The same person that rented the first car.
don't put it on.
Yes.
Well, it's a pretty dry witness anyway.
One of the rental car places that's right.
Here's Tara Kawase.
See any of that in that.
I want to ask you about this passenger and check to know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is there such thing as like a 15 passenger van?
Yeah, there's a 15 passenger van.
Oh, hold on one second. What's your objection?
Your Honor, I'm going to object the lack of personal knowledge and speculation as to why one officer checked off a box on a ticket.
He's not speculating on that. He's explaining what this citation is. He's he works for Florida Highway Patrol. He can testify to that. You can proceed.
Okay, can you repeat your question again?
You have to have, would that be, what would that indicate here on the traffic citation, that this is check no for a box that says 15 passengers?
So, as far as I can tell, those boxes are endorsements that you have to have in your driver's license. If you see their CDL, hazardous material, and stuff like that. I believe those boxes are checked no, because either the vehicle he was driving was not a 16 passenger van, or there's not an endorsement in the driver's license.
Okay. So it's not a commercial vehicle, it's
Mhm.
not a hazardous materials vehicle, it's not a 16 passenger van, it's not a motorcycle.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Should I call you officer now?
No.
Oh, okay. Good
No.
afternoon, Mr. Nunez. How are you doing today?
Pretty good. You?
I'm doing well.
You can call me, what do they call kids in school? There isn't a word, is there? Whatever. Call me a Cub Scout.
How long have you lived in Miami?
Since 2013, March.
Okay. And have you lived there ever since 2013 until now? You
I
still live there?
don't live there now.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in Melbourne now.
Okay. But in 2014,
Australia. Yeah, it was a hell of a long flight. Yeah. 20-hour flight from Melbourne.
when you were working at the Comfort Rent-A-Car,
Yes.
you're very familiar with that area around the Comfort Rent-A-Car, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's the Comfort Rent-A-Car. That's one of the rental car places that's right by the Miami International Airport. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you even estimate or guess how many different businesses are in a 1 mile radius from your Comfort Rent-A-Car in all directions?
No.
Over thousands?
Yes.
Okay, that includes homes?
Yes.
Thousands of businesses in a 1 mile radius? I mean, I doubt it. That's ridiculous. I know they pack it in tight, but it's not thousands. Might be 100, 100. 1 mile radius. 200. It's not thousands. Come on.
On the outskirts of Miami International Airport?
Yes.
And we can't even begin to count how many people drive through the airport on a daily basis, right?
Not even close.
Not even close. So when you work, and Comfort Rent-A-Car back in 2014 was pretty busy, right?
Yes.
Because it's one of the rent-a-cars that services the airport, right?
What was that?
It's one of the one of the rent-a-cars that's close to the airport.
Yes.
Okay, you guys get business for tourists that are coming into that international airport.
Yes.
All right. And how many customers do you think you dealt with in the month of June?
I don't know.
Hundreds?
Probably.
Probably. Okay. You don't have an independent recollection and you can't picture who it is that walked in. You couldn't tell me what he was wearing, anything like that when that car was rented.
No.
Okay. And what you use in order to help you remember things are those documents, right?
Yes.
That's why those documents are so important, because you use them to keep records of everything that's happening in the business.
Yes.
Just in case someone comes to you 2 years later and tries to ask you something, you look at those documents in order to determine, some facts.
Yes.
So you wouldn't be able to tell this jury what Sigfredo Garcia was wearing when he came and rented that vehicle.
No.
Okay. You wouldn't be able to tell me who came or how he even got to Comfort Rent a Car, right?
No.
Did you guys have cameras inside your business?
I don't remember if when we started we had cameras, and I don't remember if they have any records of cameras in the business.
Okay. Do you know if there are any cameras outside the business?
I believe so.
Okay. And there's also possible cameras that are on the businesses that are surrounding
Yes.
Comfort Rent a Car, right?
Yes.
And I want to go back and address.
I know, Addie. She does me too now. At the beginning, years ago, when I first heard Tara Kawas, I was really excited because of the Jamaican accent. I thought, oh, this is so new and different. I was charmed. I was charmed by her talentless nothing case. But now I see it for what it is, a nothing case. And I think it's so funny that she was representing Courtney Clenny, the nut job, OnlyFans model that stabbed her boyfriend in the chest just because she was a fucking spoilt headcase bitch. You seen the video of that? Maybe we should play that. They don't show the stabbing, but she's in the elevator beating him in the head, and all he's doing is just holding his arms up. I think he mildly holds her wrist at something. There's nothing aggressive about what he's doing at all, right? I think it mildly holds her wrist just for a second, but essentially he's just holding his arms up to defend himself. And it's just like, why are you beating him in the head, you crazy fuck? Man, not a nice person, Not a nice person at all. I mean, talk about being a model went to your head.
Okay. So I am going to show you what has been marked as State Exhibit Composite, I think. Is that what you want? Okay. And you filled this out, correct?
Yes.
Now, what does that say?
Hey, welcome back, Monica. How was dinner? What did you have? Let us know in the comments.
Right there, yeah.
Daytime in.
Okay, so there's a slot there for you to record the time that the person came in there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And even though you're looking down here, you're saying that this was your regular course for just 24 hours?
Yes.
But you can't say with 100% certainty that.
Oh, Tara's doing nothing. Let's see who else is on today. We have a break now. Oh, everybody's favourite, Sergeant Corbett, the guy who really loves his job. Works all weekend measuring cell tower distances. His wife's trying to do something nice, something just them two. He can't. He's loading up the car with telephonic devices and measuring equipment. He's saying, "No, I've got to work." His wife's like, "What, again? You said we were going to do something together this week." "Babe, I've got to work. There's a cell tower out there and I need to measure it." Wow. Okay, so he takes up the whole day. Well, what should we do now? Should we skip to day 4, or should we go to Lewis's testimony from Charlie Adelson's trial, or should we do that as a separate video? What shall we do? Let's go to the wiretaps. Just kidding. That's just the thing I like to say when I don't know what I'm doing. Let's have a look at day 4 then. Katherine Magbanua trial. Who's on day 4? We've got more Corbett, yeah, because he's on for like 3 days. We've got Yindra Velasquez Mascaro. Oh, yeah, I want to do a series on Yindra, just her, doing all 3 years. But we do have the guy who owned the club, and he's quite good. Let's do that. He laughs at his own joke, and you know, the judge even cracks a smile. It's quite funny. Where are we? How do we do this? We go here, and we change this, and we go like this, and we click OK.
Difficult for you, but that's not the only way that you can meet with somebody.
No, but and Judge, I can let you know that these calls are the week preceding.
I understand. All right, so you have a work product,
Right.
and so why don't you make it?
The argument.
What? Tell me why they're work product.
I know, right? Who said that? Colleen. She's not attractive. I've never seen like her performances or anything, but just how she sat in that fucking police investigation in her little silk robe, like, you're not impressing me.
And what remedy you're seeking?
Okay, so Judge, Mr. Garcia is a listed witness of ours, and so in the dates leading up to jury selection, there was a lot of discussion with me and Mr. Garcia in terms of what is it, not in terms of directly dealing with his testimony, but just that he's going to be transported, what the court's rulings had been up until that point, and what the testimony was going to be. And I discussed a lot of defense strategy with Mr.
Yeah, we've got to get our Ryan Fitzpatrick merchandise product out, riding shotgun. I know I've promised you the what did you want? We did the velvet cake thing, and then I was with Taco up in Broward. Okay, I'll do that tomorrow. But yeah, then we've got to do Ryan Fitzpatrick. And I hope he gets in touch, because I'd like to send him a shirt with him on it that says 100% macho sapien for free as a gift from the True Crime Metrics studio. And I'd love to get a picture of him wearing it, you know. That'd be great. That'd be great for our promotion, right? We could show a picture, hashtag Ryan Fitzpatrick wearing a True Crime Metrics product from the merch store. It might become a #1 seller. Macho Sapien. He loved that, didn't he? I'm really glad. It was so nice to get a mention from him.
All right, you're preparing him to be a witness in trial, okay? And so you're claiming it's work product.
Correct.
And what remedy are you seeking? That those calls not be used?
Yes, Judge, and I'm requesting that the state not even.
Yeah. I need to come up with some questions and stuff for Yindra, because I'd love to have Yindra on the show, and I got to get my camera soon as well. So please do support the channel, guys, because I think it'd be weird. That's one of the reasons I haven't interviewed Yindra and other people yet, or at least asked them. They might not want to come on the show, but assuming that they do, I think it'd be weird if they can't see me, right? I need to get a camera so I can interview Yindra. So please do support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics, because we've got to get that equipment so that we can be pro when we go to have wonderful interviews with wonderful witnesses like Yindra Velasquez Mascaro, like Ryan Fitzpatrick. We're going to bring him on the show too. Why not? That'll be great. Who else can we bring on the show? there might be a possibility, we're looking into it, but to actually have a interview with Katherine Magbanua live from prison, right? There is a way that I can call her, and if I can take a feed, I don't know if there'll be... Oh, there is video chat capabilities. So that could happen also, guys. How great would that be? Who else has got that, huh? Who else has got a live video interview with Katherine Magbanua from prison? It's going to be True Crime Metrics. That's who.
Listen to those calls because their defense strategy was discussed on those phone calls.
All right. And Ms. Kappelman, you have advised the court that you have not listened to those calls.
I listened to a few minutes.
Shadrick Nobles is always chiming into the shows, Patricia. He always says, y'all need to get my name out of your damn mouth. His aunt watches the show as well, you know, so he doesn't like it when we discuss him in front of his aunt. And I always say, Shadrick, no one here means you any disrespect. We are all staunch supporters of you, Shadrick. And we love you. We think you're fantastic. And we love your aunt as well. So, Merry Christmas, Shadrick Nobles, and your aunt.
Of the whatever is the very first call on that list that includes Ms. Kawas, I did not hear any defense strategy in that portion that I listened to. And my
yeah, the lifetime membership. Well, we can just publish that quickly. Victoria girl, how do we do that? Let me see here. Oh yeah, here we go. So we'll publish that just quickly to show you all where it is. Now, I know what you guys are going to think. You're going to think, hey, that seems really pricey, Metrics. What the fuck, Metrics? But remember, it is a lifetime membership, guys. A lifetime membership. So, you know, it is fantastic. I mean, you go to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics, and then right at the top, you click membership, and then there's our memberships, but then you click this arrow here, right? This arrow right here on the right-hand side, and that scrolls over there, and then you go to Life Without Parole. One-time fee for lifetime membership, and that's all benefits. Every benefit that we have for life, forever. No charge ever again. 100% benefits. Wonderful metrics benefits. I mean, if you are the king of Bangladesh, or the Prime Minister of Turkey, or any other monarch or A-list political figure, the leader of a nation, consider becoming a lifetime member of True Crime Metrics at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Click memberships at the top, scroll to the right hand side, extend the membership options, and you will see Life Without Parole, one-time fee, wonderful lifetime membership, True Crime Metrics, benefits. Okay, where's our play button? Here we go. Interact, play.
My team, I think, had listened to a few more minutes of that call, but beyond that call, no one from my team has listened to any of the calls involving Ms. Kawas at all.
All right. Now, what is your argument in regards to, first of all, are you going to use any of those calls?
I don't know because I haven't listened to them.
Okay. All right. Well, that's true.
I wanted to get a ruling from Your Honor before I listen to them, and then I can do that. As soon as you make a ruling, you know,
Yeah, I know, Addie's, and I think Ryan, he said something about having guns all over his house, just fully out, all around, a gun everywhere. And I just imagine, is this the kind of guy? This is the kind of guy that keeps a loaded gun in his fridge. You know, so if an intruder comes in when he's, you know, making a sandwich, he's ready. I just couldn't live like that, you know. I just couldn't live like that.
begin working on that and advise Your Honor at the next recess, hopefully a little bit more.
Okay,
about
so
our
what's your argument in
intentions.
regards to whether or not they're work product?
Judge, my argument is that there is no attorney-client privilege and no expectation of privacy, as all parties on the calls are aware that the calls are being recorded. They're from a detention facility. The definition of work product in the rules does not include recorded statements of witnesses that the defendant intends to call as witness in the trial. This witness has been disclosed as a witness in the trial. In fact, Judge, Rule 3.220D1BI expressly requests that the defense, or requires that the defense, disclose to the state any statements of witnesses that are recorded, if that's a witness they intend to call at trial or a hearing. I would also add that the statements under 3.2201B are defined to include any recorded statement of the witness. So because the defense was aware that this was a potential witness they intended to call at trial, they were aware that this was a recorded statement of the witness, I think it's, they should have disclosed these to me as part of discovery and their discovery obligation. Balboa v. State, 446 Southern 2nd, 1134 out of the 3rd DCA.
Forensic psychology, Colleen. That's really good. I love that. That's what the OPP up in Canada have the best department in the world or something. They really make a point of training their detectives the whole forensic psychology thing, and they're just like leaders in it. And that's pretty clear when you watch the fucking Russell Williams interrogation, because Jim Smith, he's just such a forensic psychologist, right? He's brilliant.
Indicates that opinions, theories, or conclusions of attorneys are privileged, but recorded statements of witnesses to attorneys are not. Judge, these are recorded statements of a witness to an attorney. They are not privileged, and the state should be permitted to listen to those calls.
They're going
we're skipping.
regardless
Sorry,
the state.
Georgia.
I mean, a waiver that says I
want to see the witness.
That somebody's going to be listening to it at some time or another, or it has potential for that.
Yes.
Isn't that a waiver?
Not in my opinion, Judge. I would love to have some research on this. It's just that this is such a unique circumstance, Judge, just because of the nature of the fact that this person hasn't been.
Well, I agree with that.
We gotta skip all the way up here. Sorry, guys.
The fact that this case was over, we didn't have access to him.
Totally
So,
goofed. Totally goofed.
I'm of the position now, Judge, that the only thing that they shouldn't be able to listen to is my portions of the conversation, because I can
Here we
tell you
go.
I directly discussed defense.
We'll be covering it, Colleen, soon. I've been putting it off because it really demands and mandates the appropriate attention, because it's high quality. It is the best example of interrogation tactics that is available anywhere in the public domain. 100%. It's unbeatable. Jim Smith, Detective Sergeant Jim Smith is interrogating the colonel, the boss of Canada's largest military base. I mean, that is a, what's the word? An impeding. What's the word? It's an important person. Can't think of the word. Whatever. But he just does wonderful tactics, huge tactics, great tactics, psychological tactics. This guy so looks like a club owner, doesn't he? Look at him with his sunglasses and his 3 buttons undone with a little necklace. Where is he from? He looks like he might be from Iran.
All right, you could come up right here to the witness stand, please. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Please have a seat.
Good afternoon. Will you tell us your name and spell it for our court reporter, please?
Ramsey Neighbor, Ramziinaber.
And do you live in the Miami area, Mr. Neighbor?
I live in Hallandale Beach, Florida.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I am a restaurateur.
Okay. Now, did you used to own a club called Club Fate?
Yes.
Okay. What years did you own Club Fate?
Oof, you're testing my memory here. I think it's been a good 7, 8 years since I had it. So it's 2022, 2014, 2012 to 2014.
Okay. What was your role as the owner?
Managing the facility, scheduling, staffing, purchasing, marketing, promotion, all of it.
Okay. When you owned it, would you also hire and fire employees?
Correct.
Okay. And what about financials, paying bills, doing the cash outs? Who would do that?
Either myself or one of the managers.
Okay. Just a moment. What city is Club Fate in?
Hallandale Beach, inside Gulfstream Casino.
And what is Gulfstream Casino in Gulfstream Park?
Gulfstream Park and Casino is one and all. It's a racetrack, casino, and shopping center with various restaurants and shop clothing.
God, doesn't that just sound like the tackiest place you could imagine? It's a restaurant, racetrack, and a casino.
Facilities.
Okay, and is Hollandale kind of like in between Fort Lauderdale and Miami?
Yeah, it's between Hollywood is the next city and Aventura. But yeah, Miami and Fort Lauderdale.
Hey, 100% likes, and we haven't even been chasing them really, right in. Like, great, guys. Well done, guys. Let's get 150% likes. How we doing? Good, 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 good.
There's a bigger scope, yes.
Okay. Now, you said today that it might have been 2012 to 2016 that you owned the club. You had a deposition in this case, right, where defense and the state had an opportunity to ask you questions?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in, let's see, January of 2022?
Correct.
Okay. I'm looking at page 18, lines 8 and 9. You were asked a lot of questions that day.
Okay.
In that deposition, looking at lines 8 and 9, when you were asked when did you sell Club Fate, did you say 2016?
Correct.
Okay. So would 2012 to 2016 be more accurate?
Correct.
Thank you. And you said that you would do the cash outs at the time, or now was your club at the time, most of the sales were cash or credit card?
Club Fate was 90%, I would say, credit cards versus cash. And the employees literally were carrying their own banks, so they will cash out the guest if there's cash involved, and they cash out at the end of the night with me, with surrendering how many credit cards and how many cash vouchers they had, and they cashed out at the end of the night. But 90% of the sales were credit cards.
Okay.
So 90% of the sales were credit cards. This is how Katherine Magbanua is explaining her large cash deposits. You know, I saved up for my breast augmentation. I was getting paid a lot of money from the clubs. And, and Georgia Kaplan's like, when you were working at the clubs, you had the opportunity to earn a lot of cash tips, didn't you? You didn't put that money in the bank, did you? You kept that money, didn't you? Tell this jury if you ever declared that money, a tax return, something like that.
So if 90% of the sales are credit cards, the servers, the bartenders, they're going to come cash out with you at the end of the night. You'll see how much they're owed
Correct.
of their tips from their credit card sales, right? Okay.
Correct.
And then were they paid that through a paycheck?
They got their credit cards on their paycheck, and whatever cash tips they received, they kept that night.
Okay. And a lot of times people don't tell you how much cash that they received.
No,
right?
Unfortunately, this business is just like that's the way it is.
Right. But the cash that your club was, the amount of cash sales that y'all were doing at the time was only about 10% of your total sales?
In total, yes.
Okay. So were you super concerned with the servers keeping the cash that they got and not reporting it to you since it was such a small percentage of your business?
No, the percentage of the cash sold by the employee is definitely paid to us 100%. The unknown part was the cash tips the employee is making off that cash sale.
Right.
So we always declared 100% of their credit card tips to ADP or the payroll company, so so they can be taxed accordingly, from their pay.
Right. But I'm just saying sometimes they might not tell you exactly how much cash they were tipped, but
they will almost 100% of the time never tell you how much cash they got.
Right. But I guess my question is, but you knew that, but at the same time, the total amount of cash business y'all are doing is such a small percentage of your total business.
Correct.
That's not going to make or break you.
No.
Okay.
No.
Now, tell me about Gulfstream Park. What's that like?
Gulfstream is a racetrack with a casino. That's the main attraction there. The shopping center, it has multiple different shops, including some chain operations such as Texas to Brazil, Brio, Three Forks. Unfortunately, through the years, Gulfstream has not done a good job in taking care of the people that are leasing from them, and so a lot of these restaurants have closed through the years. What's left is probably nominal compared to the number of businesses that were there initially.
So what about? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just go ahead. It's just a very transient place. It's in and out. People go in and go out. It's not. It wasn't a popular destination except for the casino part.
Is it a high end area?
No.
I guess, is it a more white collar, blue collar area as far as the people that frequent that area?
The racetrack attracted both. You have the white collar and the blue collar. The white collar mostly are the horse owners, and the blue collar is the ones that are betting on it.
The blue collars are the ones that are betting on it. Well, he's wearing a blue collar right now. Derek Sherinian says, are we able to find out what current cases, trials Georgia Kappelman, Christopher DeCoste, and Danny Rashbaum are working on now, and if they are being televised in Florida? I guess we can, sure. But we've got a Georgia Kappelman other trial. Who was it for? The swimming pool murder. It's a bit older. It's Judge Hankinson that's presiding over it, and he's dead now, of course. But yeah, it's from a few years ago. But it's Georgia Kappelman in Tallahassee courthouse. I believe it's in courtroom G, where no, B, whichever the smaller courtroom was that Daniel Rashbaum wanted to have Donna Adelson's trial moved to. It's in that courtroom in Leon County Courthouse with Judge Hankinson presiding and Georgia Kappelman prosecuting. I had a little look at it the other day. It's a bit of a different style trial, but we may well cover that soon on this channel. Dan Rashbaum, is he really ever going to show his face again? I don't know. I think he's just hiding under a bridge counting all his money. Of course, Tara Kawas was on the... what's her name? Courtney Clenny case, but I don't think she's representing her anymore. But that'll be coming up in Miami. I think it's in Miami. Miami-Dade. Yeah, we'll have a look, Derek. We'll see what's what.
But it had both.
Would the horse owners, the white collar crowd, go to Club Fate?
No.
Hey, Angel Baby, how you doing?
You told me about a couple of the restaurants just now that were in Club Fate, and you mentioned some like national chains, like Brio, you said?
Brio's gone, but used to be there.
Okay, so Brio's like a national high.
It's the wife was black, I think, and she drowned in a pool, and there was no one around. I don't remember the neighbor watching, but I'm not that familiar with the case. I think he blamed it on the like sort of, what do you call it, maintenance man, groundskeeper, sort of pool guy, whatever. I think he blamed it on him, and it was a whodunit sort of thing.
High-end Italian restaurant chain.
Yeah.
Laredo's
Laredo's Three Forks is owned by the same chain. They went out of business there too.
Laredo's is kind of like a high-end Mexican restaurant.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Three Forks was a steakhouse.
And so those national chains all brought nice restaurants there, but they ended up going out of business.
Correct.
Okay. And I've left a couple of items on the witness stand that I showed to defense right before you came on. That's going to be 86E through H. Do you see 86E through H?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize those to be showing the location of Club Fate and also the front door of Club Fate?
Correct.
Okay. Are those true and accurate depictions of where it's located and what it looks like from the outside?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I'd move 86E through H into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 86E through H, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
All right, be admitted. Nay.
All right, to get us oriented here, down here at the bottom of 86E, that's Miami. Yeah.
Ride-in shotgun, are we close to the Wendy video? Yes, we're close. Maybe... I think if it's not ready for tomorrow, I'm just going to go with it on Monday at whatever stage it is, and we'll just have to wing it. You know, I think I'm building it up too much now. It's like, it's just grabbing all of the relevant things from her testimonies, basically, and matching them with stuff that other people say to either support or discredit what she's saying, and a look at how valuable she has been to the prosecutions so far, and whether that is worth what she's got and still is getting by not being arrested at this stage. You know, so I think, yeah, it's going to be tomorrow or Monday. Probably Monday, yeah. That's probably where we're at with it.
Yes.
Okay. Up here towards the top, I guess I just have the last, but that looks like Fort Lauderdale.
Correct.
Samira Frash, yeah, that's it, Colleen. Thank you, Colleen.
Correct.
Okay. And Club Fate is here in the middle, kind of close to Hollywood.
Correct.
Closer a view of where Club Fate is in that area.
That is correct.
And so is this whole area right here Gulfstream Park?
Yes, it is.
This is a closer, an even closer view of Gulfstream Park and Club Fate's location in that park.
Correct.
And that's right here, the red.
Right.
And what do we see in 86H?
The elevator entrance to the second floor where Club Fate was, on top of Yard House.
Okay. So if you wanted to enter Club Fate, or a customer would, they would come in the front door here, go up an elevator.
They're going to take the elevator up that brings them to the second floor. Those small two windows are actually Club Fate. The large window is the lobby of the elevator area.
Okay. And this restaurant is not connected to Club Fate?
No. It's a different chain.
That looks like kind of the service entrance maybe for that restaurant?
I think it was the kitchen delivery area, yeah.
So when Club Fate first opened, what was your vision for it?
When I first opened it, I partnered with a famous DJ that lives in Miami. His name is Marcus Schultz. He's an electronic dance music icon in Miami.
Is he famous? I don't know. Marcus Schultz. Let's see if we can find Marcus Schultz.
Originally from Germany. So he partnered with me on the project to open electronic dance music concept in Gulfstream. Unfortunately, it took us about a year of keep funding it that wasn't working. So we tried to sell at that point, several attempts. Gulfstream denied a couple of sales because we brought a Brazilian concept and they had Texas to Brazil. So they couldn't do it because of the concept that we're bringing in, the people that were buying it. I ended up switching.
Hey, thanks so much, Victoria Girl. What's up with that coffee link? I better check that. You mean the link in the description? Have I put the wrong one or something? Shit. Oh, okay. No, thank you, Victoria Girl. That's so appreciated.
To a hip hop nightclub, which is playing, urban music, and that's what kept it open through the years.
No.
But it was not a successful venue. I ended up buying my partner out, and I ended up just walking away almost with minimal investment money back. I sold half to one of my promoters who's operating it since that year until now. And with COVID and all that, it was closed for a couple of years by order of the governor. So I haven't even gotten my money out of it yet.
Okay. Was it turned into a hip hop club after you sold it in 2016?
The last year or maybe year and a half of me operating it, it was a hip hop club. So I would say 2014 and a half.
Okay, guys, I have just updated the buymeacoffee.com link in the description. So if you've been frustrated, if you've been trying to click that link, trying to buy us a coffee and support the channel, and you haven't been able to because it's broken, because some knucklehead put the wrong link in there, it's okay and it's fixed now. So form an orderly queue and support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. Link in the description. Working, tested, updated, everything. Thank you, guys.
To 2016, it was hip hop for sure.
Okay. Now, was it popular when you first opened it? Did y'all do well at first?
It never did well. I mean, compared to what our expectation was, no.
Okay. I guess the first 2 weeks, did y'all have more people than you had the rest of the time?
We did because Marcus is very famous.
Mm-hmm.
So he played for our club for free as a result, because I couldn't afford to have him play there. You know, he gets paid $100,000 per event.
Mm-hmm.
So he played a couple of times at the opening night, and a month later.
Oh, I see. It won't process your credit card, Victoria Girl. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, it does work on a phone. It does work on a phone. Yeah. I think most people pay from Apple Pay or Google Pay or something like that. I don't know. I've never bought myself a coffee. Yeah, maybe try on your phone if you want. No pressure.
Later, that period, yes, there was business.
Okay, so the first month when it first opens and the DJ's there, y'all got some good business that.
Yeah, and the grand opening and so forth, yes.
Okay, but he didn't continue playing there.
No.
Okay, and then after that.
Isn't this guy just a generic club owner? A foreign generic club owner? Why is he wearing his sunglasses on his head in court? Put them in your breast pocket or something, man. You know, we're not sitting by the pool drinking mojitos, okay? This is a court of law, okay? There's no cocktail bartender. There's no drinks with little paper umbrellas in them, okay? Put your sunglasses in your breast pocket of your blazer. But it's the look, isn't it? He's got to have that look.
That did it continue to do well, or it just kind of fizzled out?
It kind of like started dropping slowly.
Okay. Did y'all have celebrities that would come in?
No celebrities, but we had some other named DJs play there, like David Tort and other names that are in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, those nights there'll be a little bit of action, but nothing really what we expected. It barely covered the cost of the DJ at that point, because they were very expensive.
Okay. Did you have high-end clientele that would come in and spend a lot of money?
Check this out. Colleen says a VPN might cause a processing error. Well, there's nothing I love more at True Crime Metrics than sales prevention. Someone is sitting out there right now with a credit card and the fucking app isn't working. Oh man, I'm going to contact buymeacoffee.com and give them a piece of my mind, saying that they're losing us business. Losing business, losing support, losing coffee. Well, yeah, it's probably. I don't know what to do about that.
I would say it was mediocre. It wasn't high end, no.
Okay.
I mean, Club Live in Miami is high end. We were nowhere near that, so
Right.
It's not high end, no.
Okay. And did y'all have bottle service there?
We did
Okay. About what was the cost of the bottles?
$150, I would say, $150 to $200, depends on the bottle.
About $150 a bottle.
Per bottle, yeah.
Maybe up to $200 a bottle.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you ever have girls that did liquor promotions there?
I don't know what you mean by liquor promotion.
Like maybe have a type of liquor they're promoting and offer people a taste of it?
If that would have happened, it would have been sponsored by a liquor company, not my girls, and it will be done by models that would hire directly to sell that item or to pass along, and it's done through because Florida law prohibits the sale of like promotional items. So the guy has to buy the bottle from me. We can't give it away.
Okay.
So the company would buy 2 bottles and they'll give samples to the guests, but they hire models to do that. It won't be our staff.
Okay. So your staff would have been made up of what? Bartenders and servers?
Just the 2 bartenders behind the main bar and the servers. And at that point, when we opened, we also had sushi in the front.
Out, guys.
So we had a bar in the front that was serving sushi. So there'd be cooks,
Sushi!
bartenders, and servers.
Okay. How many servers and bartenders? You said 2
Okay, hold on. Was he just picking his nose?
So we had a bar in the front that was serving sushi. So there'd be a cooks, bartenders,
You don't cook sushi.
and servers.
Okay. How many servers and bartenders? You said 2 bartenders. How many?
We had a bar serving sushi in the front, so we had cooks cooking sushi. They cook sushi all day. You don't cook sushi. Okay, so check this out, guys. We've got a... How do we do this? We go here. We've got a bottle service. I just put into YouTube VIP bottle service. And this... hang on. Look at this. This is what Katherine Magbanua was doing. I don't know, that wouldn't impress me. Is that it? Is that it, really?
Servers would work at a
We
time?
never had more than 6 on a weekend. That would be the max.
About how often did your employees work?
Our
Each
busiest-
employee, how many nights per week?
I mean, we didn't work anybody more than 4 nights max. I don't even know if we opened Mondays. I'm trying to remember, but most of the business came on Friday and Saturday, and when one busy.
Yeah, let's set a record, guys, on buymeacoffee.com. What will that record be? How high will that record be? Will it be unbeatable? Will it be greater than anything we've seen before? Time will tell. That's up to you. If the fucking link works and people can send coffee, we'll see.
Night, the weekday night would have been like ladies' night, Wednesday or Thursday. So it'd be like 3 nights. The majority is when we need the most of the staff. The rest of them could be ran by 2 girls on the floor because it wasn't that busy.
Now, about how much did your employees, how much were they taking home a week at that point?
I think everybody's average.
Hi, Nola Vine. This guy is the club owner from Club Fate, where Katherine Magbanua was working, and that's where she said she got all the cash that she was depositing around the time of the murder. She said, oh, I would get a lot of cash tips, you know, we would walk out of there with $1,500 a night in cash tips. And he's like saying, yeah, 90% of our business was on credit cards, and we did have a bottle service, but a bottle was maybe $150. You know, the most expensive bottle of booze that he has in his club is $150, maybe $200. So to put a $1,500 tip on that would not really make sense now, would it?
You know, about $1,000 a week.
Okay. I asked you earlier about the deposition. Looking at page 11 through 11, page 11, lines 13.
Rayanne, he's testifying to discredit Katie's assertion that she received so much money in cash from her work with him. He was her employer, and she said while she was working with him, she got a lot of money in tips. And he's here to discredit that theory.
Through 19.
Improper refreshment. The witness didn't say he didn't remember.
Oh, thanks, Colleen, to help Rayanne before I did. But I just saw your message now. Thanks, Colleen. You're very helpful.
Well, you're refreshing his recollection, or are you impeaching him? All right, you may proceed.
Objections.
Overruled.
Same as the prior objection as to impeaching your own witness.
All right, overruled.
going to show you page 11, lines 11 through 19. If you could just read that to yourself.
11 through 19.
Sorry.
I know, Colleen, didn't the poorhouse just look annoying? Like these young bitches coming out with the sparklers. I mean, just put the bottle on the table and leave. And, you know, that's it. If you're not going to take off your clothes completely, what's the point?
Sorry, up here.
17?
Yeah, 18 and 19.
18, okay.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so in that statement, you said that everybody in the bar was averaging about $500 to $600 a week.
Yeah, I think there we were talking about tips.
Okay.
So if you add up the tips and the hours, it's going to be a little bit higher, but
Okay.
depends on how many shifts you worked. If you worked, it was two, if you go further, I think we said about $250 a shift was like a good day for them. So it depends on how many shifts you had. So if you had 4 shifts, you're making 800. If you had 3 shifts, you're making 600. So it depends on how many shifts you had.
Okay.
So, I mean, you have to put it in the content of the rest of it. But, you know, it was $250 per employee a night was a good night.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. So a good night for your employees was $200 to $250 a night,
Hello, my father's alibi.
depending on how many nights a week you worked. You
Yeah, how long you worked, yes.
could get up to $1,000 a night. If you only work 2 nights,
You worked
it
4
might be more
nights,
like
yes. If you worked 3 nights, but the majority was just like the weekends.
right.
When you needed an entire staff, it would be those 3 nights, the Friday, Saturday, and one week nights.
Gotcha. And if you work 2 nights, like maybe say you only work 2 nights a week, Friday and Saturday, and you made $200 to $250 a night,
Right.
you were making $400 to
400,
$500.
yeah.
Okay, that was average.
Yeah.
I guess, I mean, y'all obviously had a bar in your club, and you
Correct.
said you had sushi in the front. What was the rest of the club like? What was the layout?
It was a booth, one large booth in the front, and there was 8 booths in the main club area, and the rest is stand up, and there was some seating in the front on high tops for the sushi area.
Okay, so sushi high tops, or
And
you-
a patio, I'm sorry, and a patio.
okay, thank you. You could sit at a high top in the sushi area, go to the bar, or pick one of 8 booths, or go to the patio.
Yeah, I mean, if you came to eat, you would have sat at the high tops or the patio, or if you're a smoker. But the club itself, the 8 big booths and the large booth in the front was for the club service, if you will. If you're opening a bottle or, you know, listening to the music.
And do you remember a woman named Katherine Magbanua who worked at Club Fate when it was open?
I do.
Okay. How long did she work at Club Fate for?
It was not a long period. Like I said, she was like a shooting star.
Hey, my father's alibi. I haven't heard of your channel before, but I would trust Ride-In Shotgun with my life. So I just subscribed to your channel, and I'll check it out real soon. You're getting close to that 1,000 marker, huh? Nice.
Wasn't one of those that was there for a while. I believe it was months. If I had to guess, I would have said maybe 3 months.
Okay. Shooting star meaning came quickly, left quickly?
Yes.
Okay. And what was her job at Club Fate?
Cocktail server.
Do you have any reason to believe she would have made more or less than the $200 to $250 a night that you told us about for average for your employees?
I don't believe so.
Do you remember the circumstances surrounding her leaving, why she left?
Not really.
Did you keep employee records when you owned the
Whoa.
club?
We did.
Holy moly.
And do you still have them?
No.
And why not?
My God, Victoria girl. That is mighty generous of you. What can I say? that's you know, that I need to do something nice for you. Okay, what can I do nice for Victoria Girl, who just gave a thermonuclear support donation of a super chat, $399.99 Canadian. Thank you so much, Victoria Girl. You are getting an honorable special mention recipe in the True Crime Metrics cookbook. It's going to be named after you in the appendix. Okay? I'll come up with something better than that. But that is super appreciated, Victoria Girl. My God, thank you so much.
What happened?
I feel like I just want to
Initially,
leave that up there.
all the paperwork that was in
I'm just going to leave that up there for a while. That's I should screenshot that. That's our highest donation in a super chat ever. Amazing. Love you, Monica. That is so nice of you. Thank you.
boxes in the Club Fate in the office was destroyed, water damage. There was a major leak from the hurricane from the roof that came straight into the office area. And we had to throw everything in the garbage that was in the office after the insurance. And then
Yeah, everybody send hearts to Victoria Girl in the chat, man. That's just incredible.
the Gulfstream staff, the maintenance staff came and repaired the roof, and But whatever records we had, it would have been with the payroll company or that was in the office. So whatever's in the office is gone.
Okay. Was the office the only part of the club that was damaged?
The major leak was by that area, yes.
Okay.
And there was damage over yard house from our area as well, but it's in the same vicinity.
Where were the employee records in relation to where the leak was?
Right under.
Okay. I just wanted to clear up one thing. Were your servers paid like an hourly tipped employee wage?
Correct.
Okay. So the amount that your employees made, they'd make obviously their hourly tipped employee wage. Would they get that every month in a paycheck?
It was bi-weekly, and if I recall, it was around, at that time, the minimum wage tipped employee was around maybe $5.03 or something like that.
Okay.
So it barely covered the taxes on their credit cards, from the credit card, whatever, we claimed 100% of the credit card tips.
Mm-hmm.
So, it just offsets it, kind of.
Gotcha. So the average of $200 to $250 a night you're talking about, that's how much the employee was like tipped that night that they're taking home.
Yes.
Okay. From your sales.
Correct.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Sure.
I've gone all quiet now. I'm blown away, Victoria Girl. Oh. That is I'm moved. I'm really moved. It's just so nice to because what you're really saying is, hey Metrics, I really appreciate you, and it's I just feel real close to you now, Monica.
Sorry, that was not quiet. Mr. Neighbor, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. This shouldn't be too long. Now, you referenced a moment ago Club Live.
Live, yeah.
Now, for the jurors here, if you could describe what Club Live is. You compared it to your club. Club Live is the club, right?
It's the club, yeah.
It's run by David Grutman with Groot Hospitality, and it is the model that all other nightclubs hope to have.
Correct.
A capacity of what, 10, 20,000?
No.
I could be way off on those numbers.
Yeah, you're way off on that. Live's capacity maybe 2,000.
And that's within an amphitheater at the Fontainebleau Hotel where the likes of Frank Sinatra used to sing.
It used to be that, yeah.
They have the most sophisticated sound equipment and lighting equipment.
Correct.
Now, in comparison to a club like that, Fate is small.
Very.
If you compare it to your local bar, Fate is
Comparable to
big.
a local bar.
Now, it's not a sleepy bar with one regular at the end of the bar, nobody else in there, right?
We have plenty of nights like that.
But you also,
Trust me, if it works, it works. When
I thought he was going to go on for longer laughing there. That laugh just went on a little bit too long. And check out Judge Wheeler. Check out the moment Judge Wheeler smiles. It's so funny. This guy laughs at his own joke. It goes on too long. Yeah, Krista Coast sort of bows his head to have a giggle. The judge is giggling. The jury come in after a little bit. But this guy thought his own joke was really funny. Bordering on inappropriate. We have plenty of nights like that.
very.
if you compare it to your local bar, Fate is
Comparable to
big.
a local bar.
Now, it's not a sleepy bar with one regular at the end of the bar, nobody else in there, right?
We have plenty of nights like that.
But you also,
Trust me, if it works, it works. When it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
you would have kept the club if it were doing that well,
If
right?
it was good, I'll still be there.
But you'd agree with me that although there weren't club live
It's like, dude, okay, Professor Markel is dead, okay? Your employee was the middlewoman. Why are you telling jokes in this murder trial? I don't think he knows where he is, does he? He's a funny guy. I've been waiting for that for ages. I had to get through the whole direct examination of, you know, credit card receipts and cash announcements, and there it was.
nights with the likes of all celebrities and athletes. You did have your nights.
When we first opened, yes.
All right. Now, let's talk about
Hey, thanks so
your
much,
communication.
Mr. Pinto Peabody, for the also generous super chat there. Equally appreciated. Thank you so much, Mr. Peabody. And thanks so much, who's this? Angel Baby. You are amazing. So are you, Angel Baby. Thanks so much, Angel Baby.
Communications with law enforcement. You were contacted by them after you sold the club, right?
I believe so.
And I know your memory's a little bit off on this, but do you believe that it was right at the beginning of the pandemic in March of 2020?
The thing is,
Yeah, nullifying. Is it nullifying? Yeah. No, we do get requests for PayPal, so I've got to set that up. But it's a little tricky. You know. It's not as straightforward as the others, but I'll try and get my head around it. And thanks for the the support.
prior to the pandemic.
All right. So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is only 2 times that law enforcement contact you.
Correct.
And you remember that the FBI was mentioned, correct?
Correct.
And they only contacted you by phone.
Correct.
And the information that you were able to convey to them, actually strike that. And let me give you a different question. Would you rely on the memory of the law enforcement officers as to when they spoke to you?
Me?
Yeah. Should we ask them instead of going with your memory of when the communications were?
I think you're better off going with them, yes.
Okay. So you talk to them and they ask you questions about Miss Magbanua, and you'd agree with me that you vaguely remember, using your words, vaguely remember her employment and the details about it.
Correct.
All right. Now, you were asked by Ms. Dugan the amount of time that Katherine worked there. You'd agree with me that it was months that she was there.
I said it was months.
And even that is an estimate
Correct.
because you vaguely remember.
Correct.
All right. Second turn. If I get one brief moment.
Take your time.
Thank you. Madam Bertrand?
May?
Mr. Dave, I'm showing you it's been pre-marked as defense 18. You know what that is, right?
Yeah.
That's a photograph of Katherine Magbanua.
Yes.
And that's a photograph of Katherine Magbanua as she looked around the time that she worked for you.
Correct.
And that fairly and accurately depicts the employee that you had during that time.
Correct.
Thank you. Defense officer in with the pre-marked as defense 18.
Any objection? Be admitted as defense 18.
Okay, so Mr. Neighbor, I want to make sure you're going to have to explain this to me because even I was a little bit confused. So your employees are making on average, and again, these are rough estimates, correct? Is that correct?
Correct.
$500 to $600 per week.
I would say so.
Now, and walk me through, and I apologize if I'm confusing your words. So I come into Club Fade and I get bottles, I get sushi, whatever it is, and I pay on my credit card and I tip on my credit card.
Correct.
That's the information that you as the owner know about. And then you pay out the tip portion to the employee.
Correct.
Now, if I come in there and I use my credit card and I buy a bunch of stuff and then my buddy goes, you know what? You pay for the sushi and you pay for the booze. Let me pay the tip in cash. You don't know about that, right?
Correct.
There's a good chance you don't know about it.
For sure.
And that's standard in the industry, right?
Correct.
With respect to tips.
Correct.
Now, if I come in and it's just cash and I pay for whatever it is I'm buying in cash and I tip in cash, those tips as well too.
Yeah, but how often is that going to happen, Krista Coast? Say a buddy of mine pays everything, pays the drinks, pays the sushi on his credit card. And I say, hey, you paid the credit card, I'll get the tip in cash. I mean, all right, yeah, that does happen. But enough to account for consistent $1,500 a night for Katherine Magbanua? No, not in the real world, Chris.
You as the owner, you wouldn't know about.
I wouldn't know the cash part of it. No, I know about the cash sale, but I don't know.
A new supporter. Welcome, My Father's Alibi, as a supporter, a member. Very nice. Welcome, new member.
About how much the person left them.
You know the cash sale because you got to ring up the drinks and ring up.
Well, they can't get the drink without a ticket, but printing at the bar or at the food station. So I'll know it was rang up.
So that $500 to $600 that can be put in the credit card pot, but we don't know the cash amount.
We don't know the cash amount tip the employee is making of a cash sale. That is correct.
So if it's $100, $200, $300 in tips, it would be the $500 to $600 plus any of the cash.
If that's the case, yes.
Now, is it not encouraged in the industry for servers to get cash tips because it offsets the tax liability for the business?
Encouraged, all restaurants prefer cash, of course, over credit. However, in the nightclub business, especially in that area, until it's now, even my restaurant now, the cash sales does not exceed 10% of the gross sales of the restaurant. This day and age, cash has become, it's a commodity that's not available in our restaurant business. It's all credit cards right now.
Yeah.
Now,
8 years ago, though.
Now, if the clientele was, for example, hip hop, that formula switches completely from 90-10 to possibly, 60% cash, 40% credit cards. Right. So it switches if it depends on the concept that you have.
So if it's hip hop, it's 60% cash, 40% credit cards. Is that what he just said? But if it's, what was the alternative? Whatever other genre it was, is 10% cash, 90% credit cards. That's a big difference, man.
But as an electronic dance music nightclub that we were,
Oh yeah, electronic dance music is 10% credit cards.
we knew
That's
it's going to be
10%
90% credit cards.
You'd agree with me, though, that there was a little bit more use of cash back in 2014 than there is now in 2022?
Oh yeah, I would say that, yeah.
All right. In the point that we're trying to make, I'm not trying to change your 90%, but you as the owner, you don't know. It's 500 to 600 average plus cash tips.
Yeah, I don't know what they made in cash tips. That is true.
All right. Now, the records. That's my last topic. The records that you have.
The records, yeah.
There were employee records for Katherine Magbanua, no doubt about that, right?
Well, we had to do. She would have had to fill out her W-2s, her 1099, her picture, her social security, picture of her ID. It has to be in her file. All that was in the office.
Now that would also have the information as to what you're giving the rough estimates on, the 500 to 600. We would be able to know the exact amounts, right? The payroll amounts.
Not from the record. We wouldn't. The payroll is with the payroll company. That has nothing to do with the file. The file doesn't have. We don't have a copy of their paycheck in the file.
But you do have a copy of the check that you'd write to them on the credit card tips, right? Stuff like that. Let me withdraw that and ask it a different way. Within that box of records that was destroyed, you would have records of what you paid Miss Magbanua.
Correct.
Okay, but unfortunately, that happened to be in a paper box in the exact corner of your office where there was a flood and it all got ruined. So
It wasn't just one box. It was 10 boxes.
But those 10 boxes.
It wasn't just hers. It was everybody else's.
Oh, no. I'm not trying to say, like, why were hers just in the corner? But you agree with me that in the office, you've got boxes in the corner and there's a flood, literally.
Yeah. Computer, everything underneath that was destroyed.
Had law enforcement come to you years ago, before that happened, understanding you're not really sure, do you know when the flood happened? Do you know if it was before 2000?
Yeah, right, Monica. That's what I was thinking. It's all cash with those hip-hop heads. All rolled up into a tube, cash, covered in white powder.
I'm gonna look up when the hurricane was there. I'll tell you the exact year, but it was from that major hurricane that came through Florida, and
Katrina.
It did a lot of damage.
All right. You'd agree with me, though, that the chances of getting the documents, whether they were, wet and partially destroyed or even replacing it, it would have been.
It is Katrina, isn't it? I mean, when was that? Have I got that wrong? If I haven't got that wrong, how does he not know the name of that fucking hurricane?
Better
he lives in Miami.
Get in touch with you back years ago in 2016, 17, 18, instead of waiting until the next decade.
All I know is there was 2 attempts from them to speak to me.
Well after you sold the club.
No. One, I don't know the exact times. I really don't. I'll be lying if I told you what time and when. I remember a phone call with a message left on my voicemail saying, I'm so-and-so with the FBI, give me a call back.
Okay.
We're trying to get to you. The club is closed. We can't get in. And it would have been during the day. Probably they're trying to come talk to somebody in the office, and we don't open during the day.
If I were to tell you that first communication were 2020, and I understand you, I'm not asking you to agree.
I'll take your word for it because I have no recollection of when.
It was. So, if it were 2020, which it was.
Objection to counsel testifying.
That's sustained. You just said you weren't going to suggest and make them agree, and that's exactly what you're doing.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll phrase it in a different way.
Please.
Okay, so Mr. Neighbor, had law enforcement come to you before 2020, would there not have been a greater chance of getting the documentation and the exact numbers from Ms. Magbanua?
I don't know if they could, because in 2016, I didn't have keys for the place anymore, so I couldn't I don't have access to the place since the partner, the guy that took over as the managing of the business, Philip Houston. I don't have keys to the business till this day, so I don't have access to see what was in the office. And that's what I told them at that time, that I did not have. I don't know what part of the damage was part of hers or not, but I didn't have access to it, period.
Right.
So.
Now, is there any doubt in your mind whatsoever that Katherine Magbanua worked at your business, Club Faith?
No, she worked at the club, yes.
Should any financial analysis of her income not include employment?
Hey, Soap, you better get your trumpet ready. And I want to hear the French horn. We've got Neville Darling walking up the red carpet right now to the chat, to the live chat.
With your business. If you need me to re-ask that, let me know.
Yeah.
If there was financial analysis done of Miss Magbanua over the years, would it be wrong for it not to include the time that she worked for you at Club Faith?
No, it should include Club Faith, yeah.
Because she worked it.
Yes.
I'm showing you now it's been entered in as government's 86D. Do you know what that is?
It's a hip hop bar in Hollywood, Florida.
All right. Are you close with any of the owners there?
No, I did purchase some of their old couches for Club Faith.
What are the chances? All right. You don't know how much the servers make there, do you?
I have no clue, but I know it's a different clientele.
Yeah,
Now,
it's a different
if we were to
clientele, I'll
want-
say. It looks like a piece of shit club. They've tried to make this sign look funky with the word live on its side there, diagonal, but it just looks like it's fallen off. What a shitty club. What a dive. That's where you earn $1,500 a night. We earn more than that with a super chat from fucking British Columbia. Almost. I mean, you know. She's in the wrong business, is Katherine Magbanua. She should be live streaming.
Know the level of income of the bottle service in that club, that how much somebody would make. We should have somebody come here from that club, right?
If you say so.
All right. No, I'm asking.
So what's this writing? Is Neville here? Hello, Neville darling, are you out there? Where are you?
You.
If you want to know what they make there, I would ask them, yes.
1 second, Director.
Why do I have a feeling that we're disconnected or something? Are we
Redirect.
still live? Yeah, looks like we're live.
Defense said that Katherine Magbanua worked for you for months. You precisely said not more than 3 months, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you said made money when it first opened. Are you talking about that month time period that you told me about?
Correct.
Okay. And then after that, you said it didn't work.
Yeah.
If it had worked, you'd still be running it
Absolutely.
and own it. Okay. And in your
Hey, someone leave a comment. Oh, here's Linny. So we are still live. Because I had a pop-up that said, you're disconnected, and then it said, successfully connected. So maybe it just paused for a second.
experience in the restaurant and nightclub business, when most people, you said 90% of your business is from credit cards or
Yeah, I'm looking forward to checking out your channel, My Father's Alibi. I haven't heard of it before. Hey, Neville darling, how you doing? Love hearts. Put the love hearts and the hundreds. All love hearts. Have you seen our super chat, Neville darling? Check that out at the top. Let's make it big again. How do we do that? There it is. Bosh. Check it out. The biggest super chat this channel has ever had. Awesome. Definitely set a record. Fantastic.
your sales. When people buy dinner, bottle, drinks, whatever on their credit card, do they also put a tip on that credit card too?
Correct.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
We can release the witness?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you, Ron.
All right, have a good day. State may call its next witness.
June Umchinda.
We got to do a bit of June Umchinda, haven't we? Why not? This is my pledge to you, Monica, because unfortunately, the leaderboard on coffee, buymeacoffee.com, obviously only takes into account coffee supporters, not super chat supporters. But I am going to make an all-encompassing leaderboard and give you your well-earned position on there. More to come on that soon, guys. More to come on that real soon. I love the drums and trumpets right in. Fantastic. Yeah, and if any of our supporters are feeling left out, like you've just been steamrolled by the fantastic Victoria girl, don't worry, because there's a place for you too. It's on buymeacoffee.com with lifetime membership, guys. Lifetime membership. If you are the King of Bangladesh, if you are the Prime Minister of Turkey, we know you're watching. We know you're watching from the palace, from the parliament. Get over to buymeacoffee.com, click on memberships, and then go to lifetime memberships and sign up. Benefits forever. That's it. It's that easy.
Okay, right up here, ma'am.
Oh, here she comes. We're going to play it again. I wasn't watching. Just the way she walks in. Look how she walks.
Okay, right up here, ma'am. Good afternoon.
What did we say that she drove? A white BMW X5 with a cream interior. I would literally put money on that as a bet that is her car that she drives. A white BMW X5 with a cream interior. 100%.
Afternoon. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Right. Thank you. Please have a seat. Just need you to scoot up close to that microphone, okay? Adjust it if necessary.
Okay. Sorry, I have my stuff here.
What is your name?
June Chinda,
Please spell your name.
June. Last name Umchinda.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Yeah, I live in Boca Raton. Yeah, if you go to Boca Raton, look for the highest building in Boca Raton, and I'm right at the top.
Do you know Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Adelson?
He's my ex-boyfriend.
How long did you date Mr. Adelson?
We dated about 2 solid years, but we're kind of on and off for like 7 years. So,
Okay, when did you first meet him?
I met him in 2015, I believe.
And did you start dating in 2015?
Yeah, right. That is known. I have a soft spot for June as well, you know. She's like, so when is Memorial Day? May?
Okay, I think I met him 2014 because I met him once. When he was with someone else, and he was living with their roommate that I was talking to back then. So we met once, and then a year went by, and then we reconnected, which I believe that was 2015.
All right, who was the roommate that you mentioned?
Jerry Obed.
Okay, that was somebody.
I think June Chinda would be a good candidate for lifetime metrics coffee membership, right? How do we contact June? and send her a link to the buymeacoffee.com/true crime membership. True crime. True crime membership. Yeah. It's 4 a.m., guys, okay? Whatever.
That was living with Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, and was, I think it's Dr. Obed, correct?
Right.
Was Dr. Obed living with Charlie Adelson when you started dating Charlie Adelson?
No, not anymore.
All right, so you started dating him in 15?
I believe so. I have to look back, but yes, I believe it was October 2015.
All right, and you said it was kind of on and off. Can you tell the jury, was it steady for a certain period of time and then on and off after that? Can you describe that?
Yes, so for the 2 years, it was definitely.
I know, Addie. And when she walks out in Charlie's trial, she stops to wish him happy birthday. Oh. And she's so upset about that picture of her with a Band-Aid on. And I found that picture. It's just a, she's got a bandage on it. At first I thought it was like a little Band-Aid, like a plaster that you have on a little cut, and I figured it would be a Louis Vuitton Band-Aid. But it's not. It's like a white bandage around her wrist from where she burnt it on a barbecue or something in Memorial Day.
We were together like every day, basically lived there, but not legally. So, I saw my future with him. We were going to get married. It was a big thing. But after.
And what Charlie says to her is, on one of the calls, pre-bump, I think, or is it post-bump? No, June. No. You know what I'd like to do tonight? I'd like to eat some Maine lobster, work out with my girlfriend, and watch the basketball game. If you want to do that, come over. If you want to come over and be a bitch, stay at home. Do your hair, do your nails, and bitch and moan to yourself. No, June, you're either stupid or you're lying. You're either stupid or you're lying. I love that. Where's our merch? Oh, do we have it? Do we have it? You're either stupid or you're lying merch. I love that one. I think that's my favorite one that we've done. Okay, I don't know where it is. It's somewhere. It's on merch.truecrimemetrics.com.
Obviously, a lot happened, and we ended up breaking up. And we just always kept in touch, but we weren't officially together. So that's why I say it's on and off, because we've seen each other a few times after the 2 years.
Okay.
So.
But approximately in 2017 was sort of the official end, and then it was a little bit on and off after that?
Yes, officially 2017, I believe.
All right. During the time that you were steady dating Charlie Adelson, did you stay over at his place regularly?
I did almost every night. I think every night I did, yeah, when we were together.
Where was his place?
Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Whale Harbor?
Yes.
Is the name of the road?
Whale Harbor Lane.
And what did Mr. Adelson do for a living during the time you dated him?
He worked full-time as a periodontist.
Did you ever observe him engaging in any type of gang-related activity?
No.
Any type of gang members hanging around with him or interacting with him during the time you were in a relationship with him?
Not that I know of, no.
Did you ever see him engaging in any drug use or drug dealing?
Definitely not drug dealing. He likes like marijuana, and that's probably it, and drinking. So.
All right. And during the time that you two were together, that 2 years, have you described yourselves as being inseparable? You and Mr.
Yes,
Adelson?
we were like best friends at one point. So.
As you sit here today, when was the last time you had contact with Mr. Adelson?
She really doesn't get it, does she? Charlie Adelson doesn't have best friends. It's a one-way street with Charlie Adelson, whoever you are in his life. You know.
So it was actually, so he reached out to me the night before he got arrested the next day, but I did not reply until the next day, and he was already gone. So
In the last year, and I'm speaking about from today back, how much contact have you had with him?
well, this year I particularly tried to stay away from him. He wanted to see me a lot. He would reach out, but I just couldn't with this whole thing going on, and there's issues with another girl after me.
And when you say this whole thing going on, you're referring to this case that we're here about?
This whole thing going on. You know, this whole thing going on. You know, this whole murder case going on and getting in the way of my relationship.
Did you ever observe Charlie Adelson to have large amounts of cash?
I mean, I don't really know what large would be, but yes, I saw cash with him.
Thousands of dollars worth of cash?
Yes.
Where did he keep the cash?
He obviously kept cash in his wallet, and he kept cash in a safe as well.
A safe in his room?
Yes.
All right, and that was at the Whale Harbor residence?
Yes.
Okay, and was it a safe like the size of this speaker on our table, or like the kind that's like the size of a refrigerator?
A larger one.
And was there anything unusual about the way that Mr. Adelson packaged his money?
I never looked in the safe primarily, so I don't know how he kept the money or where it came from.
I never looked in the safe primarily.
I just know there was money in there.
All right, and that was thousands and thousands of dollars?
From the time that I saw, there was. I don't know how much.
Yeah, she's probably got to stuff some bundles somewhere, Patricia.
Was in there.
All right, and were the thousands and thousands of dollars kept in stacks of hundreds?
The thousands that I saw were $100 bills.
I know, right? Experimental dental surgery. They wanted to see what would happen if they took the teeth out of a hippopotamus and put them in a human being. And this was the result.
$100 bills. And were they stapled together in stacks?
I believe so. I saw like a staple, but this was so long ago that.
Would it refresh your recollection to review your prior statement given on July?
No, I remember it. Like, okay. I mean, there were staples on it. I just don't know. Like, I never saw the money in the safe, so I don't know.
Okay, but you saw money out of the safe being counted, right?
Right.
Okay, and that money was in stacks of $100 bills stapled together.
Yes.
What about Katherine Magbanua?
Even her non-verbal, like, expressions, everything about her is hilarious. You know, this sort of nervousness to her.
Bills stapled together.
In a sweet way, I suppose. You know, I mean, she's just, you know, I don't think she has any bad intentions, you know.
Together.
Yes.
What about Katherine Magbanua? Do you know her?
No, I don't.
Were you aware that Charlie Adelson dated Katherine Magbanua before he dated you?
I was, only because of the media and this. They thought I was Katherine at one point, so.
Okay, but during the time that you dated Charlie Adelson, were you aware that he had a girlfriend previously named Katie?
No.
And what about after you? Do you know who he dated after you?
After me, he dated another girl named Bree.
All right. And what about Whitney? Do you know who that is?
I do. So when Charlie and I met, he was with Whitney, and that was before me.
Okay.
And then I met Whitney briefly, like one time.
And are you aware, after the media attention began in reference to this case, of Charlie Adelson beginning to have a lot of contact with Katherine Magbanua?
No.
Did you previously say that in your statement in July 24th of 2018?
Not that I recall. Did I say that they were speaking a lot, or?
That Charlie started talking to Katherine Magbanua a lot after the media attention started. Did you say that? Don't recall.
I might have said it, but now that I look back, I can't really like pinpoint when. I think I saw a text message of him talking about a car with her or something, but I never like heard him talking to her.
Okay. Did you ever know of Katherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson as an employee?
No, I didn't know.
I know, Eddie. That's one of the things that's so rich about this case is the what is the word? The breadth. You know, there's so many characters, and so many of them are like archetypes that we all recognize from our own lives of somewhere along the line, right? Everybody's, well, I don't know, maybe June's not one of those, but there's so many characters in this. There's something for everyone to grab hold of. You might not know everybody, but everybody knows at least 3 characters from this story in their lives, or more. It's very rich in character case studies that are available in all of the cases following the murder of Dan Markel.
Charlie back then, so.
Okay, and during the time that you were with him, she was not working as his personal assistant to your knowledge, or working for him in any capacity to your knowledge?
Not that I know of.
Were you dating Charlie Adelson at the time when the first arrests were made in this case of Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
All right. And did Mr. Adelson's behavior change when the arrests were made?
Yes, they did.
Can you explain how his behavior changed?
Well, this case kind of blew up in the media, so he was obviously, he went through a lot of stages. At one point, he was very depressed, and every day it was something different, but he just was never the same after this.
Did he become violent?
Not like really to me, but sometimes he would get angry sometimes.
Agitated?
I think so, yeah.
Short fused?
I mean, yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Couldn't sleep?
Yes.
Did he keep clothes by his bed in case the police showed up in the middle of the night?
He did that once, I think, but it was so long ago that I don't know if it was for that reason.
Did you have any contact with Donna Adelson during this time frame?
No.
Do you remember being on the balcony of the Icon where Mrs. Adelson lives, having a conversation with her about this case?
Briefly.
All right. And what was her demeanor? Do you know what I mean by that? How was she acting?
Yeah, I know what demeanor means, but she was, everyone was obviously upset about this, and it wasn't.
The Merchant of Tallahassee. That sounds great. That's what the play should be called. You know, someone should rewrite this story in Shakespearean language and set it in Venice. Padua Town Square. Professor Markel in Padua. Well, maybe that's a pleasure I will save for retirement.
she wasn't happy. So
She was stressed out.
But it'd be brilliant if I was running a theater company. I would seriously start brainstorming this, storyboarding it. How could you make this story? Just take the events of this story and put it in a Shakespearean language and period. It'd be fantastic. You could pass it off as the long-lost Shakespeare play that no one ever heard or saw. We found an old manuscript under William's pillow, and it's signed and dated, and it was never released. Yeah. Because it is like that in a lot of ways. It could be like a mini-series. Because there's so many... You could zoom into this story and just you could have a whole play about June and Charlie's relationship without the murder. You know, it's just... And part of the reason is that we've had so many trials. And with so many trials, you get the opportunity to see elements, the same elements of the story, from different angles, right? Because with every trial, the angle that the state is trying to tell the story is from a slightly different point of view perspective, right? When it was Sigfredo and Katie, that was one thing. Then it turned to just Katie, and they had to kind of focus in on her. And then when Charlie's trial came, it was like, okay, now we're going to look at that side of the story. So we get these multi-angle capabilities with the story, which I think is one of the main reasons this case is so compelling. You know, so compelling. And it's just the gift that keeps on giving. And there's more to go, guys. It's like being halfway through a great TV series, or seeing the first film when you know that there's going to be at least 2 more sequels, and where is it going to go from here? Like, that was a great film. You know, it's like the end of Back to the Future 1.
Out, right?
yeah, of course.
Did she have puppy eyes?
I don't remember.
Did she complain about not sleeping?
Possibly.
And did she make a statement to you about Dan Markel?
Yes, I believe so.
What was that statement?
Just that everything was awful, and it feels like, you know, like it's, I don't know. I'm sure you have it there. So
Do you know what it is?
I kind of briefly remember, but
Did she say that she feels like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her?
I don't know, like, if they were those exact words. I think she was just so stressed out and upset that that's how it came out. So
During the time you dated Charlie Adelson, how many times?
It's a damning bit of evidence, isn't it? I feel like Dan is back from the grave haunting me. Oh, yeah? I think they call that consciousness of guilt.
Times did you visit his parents at the Icon?
Not more than 10 times.
And was this the last time you ever visited them at the Icon when she made this statement?
No.
So you saw her again after that?
Not more than 10 times is a weird number to, you know, include in that assessment. If you said not more than 2 times, or not more than twice, or not more than 2 or 3 times, that fits. But not more than 10 times. I mean, it's like if I said, yeah, I did go around there, but not more than 34 times. You wouldn't say that, right? You can't be ambiguous and specific in the same assessment.
Yes.
Was there any further conversation about the homicide at that time?
No.
Did Charlie Adelson have WhatsApp on his phone?
Yes,
Do you know if he communicated with Katherine Magbanua via WhatsApp?
I don't know.
It's on the list, Victoria Girl. In fact, it's just got moved to the top of the list because a request from you, Victoria Girl, is a request from our leading Super Chat supporter. And it now has priority. So that's the mission for tomorrow. I didn't drop out. I was in jail. What was the context of that? Who said that? It was Luis, yeah? Luis Rivera. Okay. I've got it written down. It's now at the top of the list.
After your breakup with Charlie Adelson, I guess I'm referring to the official breakup in 2017, did he give you any gifts?
After that,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't remember. Maybe like
Correct, Addy. But guess what, guys? I just realised that it's now the 10th of November, which means 1 month from today, we are going to see Donna Adelson having a pre-trial hearing in Leon County Courthouse. Judge Everett's going to be back in the big seat. Donna's going to have new lawyers. Georgia's going to have some stuff to say. 1 month today, guys. We should start a countdown. Remember the countdown that we had for Donna Adelson's trial? Everyone was like, oh, 45 more days to go. 23 days, 9 hours and 11 minutes. Everyone had that countdown. We should have a new one. 1 month from today, we're going to see Donna Adelson in court. It's getting exciting again.
little gifts. Like
How
I
about
don't
a
know.
car? Did he give you a car
No.
after you broke up?
No,
Did he put you on the payroll at the Adelson Institute after you broke up?
no,
Do you recall him telling you that he gave Katherine Magbanua a car?
I do.
What was the deal with that?
I think he just said his father had the Lexus and it was an older Lexus, so he wanted to help someone out and they didn't need the car, so yeah.
Okay. And what about trips, vacations? Did Mr. Adelson pay
Hello there, V. Shaw. Good evening, V. Shaw.
for you to go on any trips or vacations after your breakup with him?
After the breakup, no.
All right, 1 moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Fall.
Good afternoon, Ms. Umchindo.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
You a little nervous?
Good, thank you. My teeth hurt. I can't close my mouth.
No, I've been here since 8 a.m. waiting, so
No.
that's why
Sure,
I'm a
many
little
people in
tired.
here can understand what you're going
But-
through. So, I just want to go over some more details about what Ms. Kappelman discussed with you about your
She's complaining about waiting at the courthouse. No, I've been here since 8 a.m. waiting.
relationship with Charles Adelson, okay?
Okay.
Now, when you first met Charles, he had a girlfriend at that time, right?
Yes,
And that girlfriend was Whitney.
correct.
You were actually on a date with his roommate, Jerome Obed, when you met.
Oh, hello, Patricia Burns. I'm screenshotting that comment. That's prime concept, that is. How do I screenshot that? Okay, like this, and then like this. I'm going to have some fun with that, Patricia Burns. Thanks. Keep those ideas coming, Patricia Burns. That is a good one.
Met him the first time.
And everyone, get on our fucking Instagram page. Follow us. Facebook, Twitter, social networks, Discord. Everyone join Discord. Because That is going to be a good post. That's going to be a good post. What Patricia Burns has just said there.
Yes.
Okay, so it was like a double date situation.
Not intentionally. I was supposed to hang out with Jerry at his house because he was the roommate. So it was Charlie's house, but I was with Jerry at the moment.
But
And
you
then
weren't
that's
with
when I-
Charles.
No, he was with Whitney, and we didn't plan it like that. It just kind of happened. Yeah.
Okay, and that was around 2014 to 2015.
Yes.
Now, a few months after you met him, Charlie is the one that sought out your phone number, right?
Yes.
He tracked you down.
Correct.
The friend of yours was a patient of his, correct?
She wasn't officially a patient yet. She looked online and wanted to have work done that a periodontist would do, and it happened to be Charlie. And I didn't even know she was going there, but she told me, "Oh, I went."
Well, we're 4 hours and 41 seconds in tonight, guys. It's our second stream of the day, so we've been on technically for 8 hours. Huh. Wow, it's quite a while, isn't it? But don't worry, guys. We are coming to a close, but there's still time. There's still time to go to buymeacoffee.com and support the channel there, or send a super chat, super like, super thanks, super sticker on the YouTubes. Or if you want to join our brand new Patreon member, Christina, also a link in the description. But the best way to give last minute support to True Crime Metrics is on buymeacoffee.com. And if you happen to be the King of Bangladesh or the Prime Minister of Turkey, you can feel free to sign up for a lifetime membership on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Thank you so much, guys, and you are all so nice. And I would ask you to leave a like on the video, but you all have done already because this content is so great. We've got like 145% likes on this video tonight, guys. How about that?
To the dentist or the periodontist, and he mentioned somehow I came up, and
then after that, he was actively pursuing you, trying to take you on a date, right?
well, he asked her for my number, and then he had his office staff call.
Okay,
to
so he got
get
your
my
number from his office staff.
He had his office staff call. This guy only held his position as a dentist. At the Edelson Institute, you're treated like family. Or a whore. Family or a whore, depending on whether or not you are Asian.
And that's how he started calling you.
Through my best friend Gia, correct?
Okay. And when he started to pursue you, he assured you he wasn't with Whitney anymore, right? All day, right?
Right. We always went to work during the day and then after work.
At that time, you didn't have any kids.
No, I still don't have kids.
He didn't have any kids at that time.
No.
That's not the situation now, though, is it?
No.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. And
yeah, we did a commentary on June's interview with Sanford and I never remember her name. The lady detective, the Tallahassee Police Department detective who was with Sanford. If anyone hasn't seen that, go and dig it out on our channel page under the live tab. It was more than 2 months ago now. It was before Donna Adelson's trial, or scheduled trial. But it's a great interview. Should we do it again? I don't want to get too much into repeating commentary. It just feels a bit like milking it.
so you didn't have any kids, he didn't have any kids. You guys had, apart from 9 to 5s, all the free time in the world to spend with each other.
But hey, it's not like we haven't covered this testimony before, but this is on the tail end of another video, so it's all good, it's all good, it's all good.
Correct.
Now, you weren't technically living at his house, but you were sleeping there every single night.
Right.
And you were in love with him.
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay. You thought he was...
It's a pleasure, Adi Zanone, and, you know, the coffees are just a bonus. I really enjoy doing this. I really enjoy spending time with you, everybody here, and it's just great. It's just great.
He was in love with you too, right?
At one point, yes.
You actually thought this was the man of your dreams.
Right.
He told you he loved you.
Of course, yes.
He told you you were the only one.
He said that, but I mean, over time, I got to know
Well,
him. So.
hindsight is 20/20, but at the time, you thought you were the only one.
Right.
Now, he's very convincing that way, isn't he?
Yes, I guess so.
He has no issues with communication. Is that fair to say?
Right.
He has no problem being the guy that reaches out.
No, he's very confident and like calm. He always knows what to say. He's very smart.
And is he very charismatic?
Yes.
And he talks a lot. Right?
Yes, he talks about everything.
And he dominates almost every conversation that he's in.
Right.
And at the time, he seemed like he really did care about you. That's how you felt.
Right.
He was a very attentive boyfriend. You never had to like look at your phone and be like, why isn't Charlie calling me today?
No, he was always like keeping in touch.
And if, for example, you weren't calling, he would be blowing up your phone, right?
Oh yeah, I'd call my roommate. Like if I took a nap once, he'd like come and find me. I don't know. He
Okay.
used to get worried about me. I don't know why, but
Now, even after you broke up, it's not like when you broke up, you stopped communicating with him, right?
right.
He's-
For a while we did after the whole thing.
Now, let's
The
talk.
whole thing, the whole murder thing. Okay, by special request, guys, we've got Adelson Institute promotional video thing. Hang on. Hang on. Where is it? What the hell was that? If I walk into a dentist and they have this figurine thing on the counter, I'm leaving immediately. That is horrifying. That is the scariest thing. That's their business card holder. What the fuck is that? Why would you buy that? Where do you get that? Where does someone... Is there a catalogue somewhere where you go and you buy stuff for dentist's office and they sell this? That is horrifying. And why do they have an 87-year-old man as the patient? With a mustache. Is the mustache necessary? He looks like he's being interrogated with force. What the hell? What a horrible thing. I'd say that's a red flag. That's a red flag in my book. What the fuck? I never noticed that before. You see, this is the other thing with this case. You notice new things. It doesn't matter how many times you go through. We've covered the Wendy Adelson interrogation 3 times all the way through. A 6-part special, a 4-part special, a 5-part special. Every time there's something new. There's something new. And I just know from, I've made these kind of videos. I've been behind the camera, in front of the camera, edit suite, whatever. I know 100% this is the 94th take that he's done this, right? He just can't get it right. as confident as he may be, it's totally different when you're in front of a camera. He's trying too hard. He's, he's so conscious about how he looks that he can't be himself, which is the thing that's required when you're in front of a camera. If you're not being yourself, if you're thinking how I look on the camera, oh, is this right? Are my shoulders far enough back? Is my chest out? Shall I bring my chest in? Shall I put it out more? If you're doing any of that, you're fucked. And he's done this 93 times. This is take 94, guarantee. It was funny, the last time we covered this, I made a comment, like, I think it was, I was trying to come up with a tagline for his business, and I said, need a Jew to help you chew? And someone called me racist in the comments. And I came back on the comments with a very kind thing, explaining that it wasn't racist. He is a Jew, and a Jew isn't a racial slur. And as a comparison, I said, just to compare, an example of what would be a racist statement is if Charlie worked in a bicycle repair shop and I said something like, need a kike to fix your bike? Just as an example. And I think the person understood what I was trying to say and came back to me and sort of apologized for too readily saying that my statement was racist, which it obviously wasn't, because I don't make racist statements. But I think the comparison that I used that gave an example of what a racist statement would be was a good comparison. I even recognize the music, Patricia Burns. I've probably used that video. If you put it that music on something in the past, it's like you put into Google royalty-free promotional music, and that comes up top of the list. It's. Why do they? This guy? You can't even see his teeth when his mouth is open. Are there teeth? I mean, I can see one. It's not, if you're going to pick a person to give a testimony, they should have a beaming smile. The first thing you notice about that person is their great teeth. Not like June, where you can see them from, the other end of an Olympic swimming pool. But this guy's too much the other direction. His teeth are too hidden. Yeah, I highly recommend them. I'm not being paid $20, and they didn't just find me walking past their office in the street looking for spare change.
About, well, we'll tell this.
Right, let's wrap it up. How much longer we got here? We're at 6:02, 6:03, and we're going to 6:20. Got 17 minutes to get those coffees in, guys. 17 minutes, and then we're done.
Why it is you broke up. Okay. Now, you guys took a break, right?
Yes.
What year was that?
Oh, shit.
I want to.
I just seen these comments. We couldn't hear the video? On the promotional video. Yeah, I guess. Well, we can go back. You hear it now? Someone in the comments, let us know. Cannot hear. What's going on there then? Okay, 1 second. How do we do this? We do this like, okay, so let's delete that. Go into it again. You got it? Should be working. I can hear it. Oh no. No, okay, I know what it is. I know what it is. God damn it. Fuck. God damn. Okay, we'll do that, do that, do that, do that.
Our practice uses the most modern dental technology, from rotary and...
There we got it.
What I enjoy most about our practice is restoring a person's smile. That often changes their personality and gives them a more positive outlook on life. Our practice uses the most modern dental technology, from rotary endodontics, computer-generated ceramic restorations, digital radiographs, intraoral photography, and of course, we use nitrous oxide and oral sedation for the highest level of patient comfort and relaxation.
Yeah, we pump you full of drugs.
My name is Dr. Charlie Adelson, and I am a periodontist, owner, and co-partner with my father, Dr. Harvey Adelson, who's a cosmetic dentist. What I love about what I do is being able to restore.
What I love about what I do, you see that he practiced that hand gesture in the mirror for ages, didn't he? What I love about what I do is the ability to speak naturally, even when I'm reading from a script.
And oral sedation for the highest level of patient comfort and relaxation.
My name is Dr. Charlie Adelson, and I am a periodontist, owner, and co-partner with my father, Dr. Harvey Adelson, who's a cosmetic dentist. What I love about what I do is being able to restore people's smiles and change the way they chew, change the way they live, and change their self-esteem and how they think about themselves on a daily basis. When a patient comes to my office, they're being treated like family, and it's also being a team approach where the hygienist, the cosmetic dentist.
Patients are treated like family. I have my family and then my separate Asian family of women, my family women, Asian women.
The periodontists are all working together to give them the optimal result.
My name is Jennifer.
I can't wait to do this, Addie. I've got to go through the fucking Charlie Adelson calls and clip together all of the "Hey, how are you?" clips and just play it on a loop, because I love how it's going to be easy to tell that it's not all the same. They're all slightly different, but they're all the same as well, you know. I know that there's about 45 separate instances where he's saying that.
Catchill. I've been coming here for about 10 years. My experiences have been very positive. The staff is very professional. I came here 10 years ago to get my veneers put on, and I have been absolutely thrilled with the results, and I can't...
Her top teeth don't move at all when she speaks, even when she's moving her head. How is that possible?
Say how wonderful and professional the staff has just been. They've been really, really caring and just amazing. I would definitely recommend this place to others. I have actually recommended for people to come here.
Has she had a nose job? Anybody want to weigh in on the comments there?
My husband has come here as well.
My name is Clint Stevenson. I've been coming to Dr.
Let's just examine that nose again. Is that a nose job? Is that a fake nose or not? Am I being mean? I don't know.
Say how wonderful and professional the staff has just been. They've been really, really caring and just amazing. I would definitely recommend this place to others. I have actually recommended for people to come here.
Yeah, I know Addie, like treated like family, he murders family. And we all hear the way Charlie and Donna speak about their patients that they treat like family on the calls, right? They're like, oh, what is it, another patient, another complaint? Yeah, they're just looking for money. Yeah, I wouldn't even give it to them. I go to the board of dentistry. It's like they really speak about their patients in a hateful disdain. You're treated like family.
My husband has come here as well.
My name is Clint Stevenson. I've been coming to Dr. Adelson's office for about 5.5 years now. They've been phenomenal. I'm never a big fan of the dentist, but ever since I got introduced to this office, great staff, very friendly, and I always feel like I'm taken care of well. Very professional. Every time I come here, I feel like I get the foremost from their attention from the staff, and Dr. Adelson himself as well. So it's a great experience every time I come. I look forward to it as well. I highly recommend them.
Okay, we're on the home stretch, guys. Home stretch.
Communicating with him, right?
Right. For a while we did after the whole thing.
Now, let's talk about, well, we'll tell this jury why it is you broke up, okay?
The whole thing.
Now, you guys took a break, right?
Yes.
What year was that?
I want to say it was the end of December, like 2017.
17,
or 18
okay.
or something.
So, you break up, you guys are apart for a few months, right?
Only 2 months.
Only 2 months.
Supposedly.
Then he gets back together with you, right?
Right. I
Then
got back with him.
You got back with him. Then you find out that in that 2 month time span, he ended up getting Wendy's boyfriend's nanny pregnant.
Yes.
And this was just in that 2 month period.
Why is she smiling? And then you found out that in that 2 month time frame, he ended up getting Wendy's boyfriend's nanny pregnant. Yes.
Period that you were apart.
Right.
Did you try to stay with him, or?
Not really. Like, maybe I gave it a thought, but I don't think I could have ever done that, like, after what he did. And then obviously this was going on too, so there's just a lot of baggage.
And this is who you had mentioned before. That's Bree, right? Is the mother of his child.
Right.
Okay. And he had this child in 2018?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, one of the other reasons that the reason you broke up with him actually is that you found out he was cheating with you from a girl from the Philippines, right?
The good thing about June's teeth, though, is that she doesn't need collagen injections for her pouty lips because her teeth, her giant teeth, just push the lips out anyway into a pout. You know, there's not enough space in her mouth for her lips to sit like yours or mine, right? So they're just kind of like pushed out. So no need for chemicals in your lips, June.
That's not the reason we broke up, but
You did find out he was cheating on you with a girl from the Philippines.
yeah, he never admitted it till this day, but I suspected it and I've seen the messages, so.
You found something in his
obviously.
phone with a girl that lives in the Philippines, right?
Right, yeah.
Does Charles like to go to the Philippines?
What about the girl, Neverly darling, what about the girl, what's her damn name? I always forget her name. You know, the one who had to go and find all the sex toys and hide them. She's another level of dumb. And she's a fucking therapist or motivational therapist or whatever it is. She's like, what? So you're never coming home? Get out. Yeah, that's what life without parole means, you know. So you're just not coming home?
Not lately.
Can I take a TV?
Like,
Well, can I take one of them?
sorry, but obviously, back then for a little bit, he did like to go travel.
Does you know him also to travel to Vietnam?
Janice, that's it, Neverly. Janice. I always forget that for some reason.
He did one trip that I knew, but I don't know anything else.
Would you say that Charlie Adelson has a particular taste in a certain type of girl?
Yeah, he told me, like, I mean...
Well, let's look at a map, June. We've got Thai, Filipino, Korean. Is there a pattern?
I think he likes Asian women. He
His
says,
preference
so
is Asian
I don't
women,
know. Yeah.
right? You see somewhat of a resemblance between yourself and Miss Magbanua, right?
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, people mistake me for her sometimes.
In fact, a month ago, you were on TV when Charles was arrested, and NBC said you were Katherine Magbanua, right?
I heard of that. I didn't see it, but people were telling me that my picture was up, mistaking me for Katherine. So,
all right. Now, you know now that throughout the course of your relationship, he was actually still in regular communication with Katherine.
I do, because I just saw the recording of all that. That was when I was still with him.
But you didn't know back then.
No.
He was able to keep that from you, right?
Correct.
Even though you were with him every day and every night.
Right, and he would tell me something, but that was around the time he was acting weird, so.
And he's the type of guy, like, if you catch him, like, in I want to say a lie, he has a very good way of trying to talk his way out of it, right?
Yes.
Now, he was able to do all type of things without you suspecting anything, right?
Not exactly. I would suspect, but.
Yeah, I would suspect. I just wouldn't do anything about it. I knew my place.
He was good at,
hiding things.
Yeah, being Charlie, I guess you could say.
So.
In other words, a manipulative snake in the grass.
When you started dating him, you had no idea who Katherine Magbanua was?
No.
And you guys, you said, became serious in October of 2015, 1 year after Dan Markel was murdered.
Yes.
Yes. That, you spent that Christmas with his family, right?
It was Hanukkah, but yeah, I think it was that Hanukkah
That Hanukkah, because they're Jewish, right? And Donna was there, right?
Right.
Harvey was there, right?
Right.
Wendy was there?
Right.
That's when you met Wendy's boyfriend.
Yes, David. At
and
the
it's
time.
David's nanny who is the mother of Charles Adelson's child.
Yes.
Now you asked Charlie what happened to Wendy's ex-husband, right?
I did, yes.
And he told you, his girlfriend, someone shot him in his garage.
Right.
And when you tried to ask him more questions, he was very short with you.
He just said he didn't know who did it, and, I didn't want to press more, so that was it.
But you read off of him, he didn't want to talk about it, right?
Yeah, it was just like a moment of silence, so I didn't want to go deeper with something like that. So.
And all he would really say to you is, he just died. He didn't go into any details about anything.
Right.
Now, you were dating him around April, May of 2016, right?
Right.
That is when someone approached his mother on the street, right?
Yes.
And you had said that for 2 weeks he was acting very strange.
He was acting strange all the time ever since this, so yeah.
And around that time, you had said too that he was more consumed with his family than usual.
Possibly, yes.
All right. Now you trusted what Charlie would be telling you, right?
I did.
Okay. And even though you tried to ask him as a concerned girlfriend, like, what's going on? Why are you behaving like this? He wouldn't tell you what's going on, right?
No.
He never told you that some person walked up to his mother and was handing him a paper about his brother-in-law's murder and demanding money.
No, and the night I guess he met with Katherine, he lied to me about where he was that night, so. And then I found out later I guess he didn't want to tell me he was with Katherine, like an ex-girlfriend.
So he had no problem being with you and then keeping all these things behind your back, right?
Right.
You only found out now that he was lying to you the entire time.
With that lie, yeah.
That lie amongst others.
Well, he did tell me like after the fact when it came out, but then I realized I put two and two together that it was the same night that he was acting suspicious. So.
Okay. Now, you were actually dating Charles before everything blew out in the media, right?
Correct.
Charlie actually told you about Dan Markel being murdered before everything came out in the media.
Yes.
Okay. And that's all he told you is Wendy's ex-husband was murdered.
Correct.
He was in a garage and that he didn't know who did it.
Right.
And you found out that Charlie was actually a suspect in this homicide when someone from ABC walked up to you in front of Charlie's house, right?
Yes.
They thought you were Katherine.
Yes.
And tried to interview you.
Yes.
You're not Katherine.
No. I didn't even know her name at the time. I was like, who's Katherine?
And literally like walking up on his driveway, people with microphones were coming up to you to try and interview you, right?
Right, and that's how I found out about this. So.
Okay. From a reporter coming to you.
Yes.
Now, I'm sure one.
I bet that was hilarious for the reporter. How did she react to that? They're coming up to her with cameras and microphones saying, "Are you Katherine?" Can you imagine what she would do?
You heard about that, natural tendency is to start looking up everything online, right?
Well, it wasn't online back then as of yet.
But at some point, you were able just to type in his name and a 24-page affidavit would pop up detailing his alleged involvement in this, right?
Right.
And this is when he was still free, right? Yes?
Yes.
And you just mentioned that the last time you spoke to Charles Adelson was the night before he was arrested, right?
I'd have to look. I know he wrote me. I don't know if I responded that night, but I usually didn't text him back right away recently because I just wanted to stay away from him for a little bit.
That wasn't in 2016,
So,
right?
No, this was the night before he was arrested.
A month ago.
Right.
Right? April 20th of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. So all the time that he's free and he has all of this stuff online and all this stuff saying that he was suspected, he was never arrested until a month ago, right?
Yes.
And I'm sure you as his girlfriend, when all this stuff was out in the media saying that he's involved and in this homicide, you must have asked him, what is all of this?
Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of shocked that he didn't mention it or tell me what was going on because I had no idea about anything. So
before then, he never said to you, oh my God, these people think I had something to do with my sister's ex-husband's murder.
Right.
Never said anything like that to you, right?
No, he would just rush away to his friend's house or try to go somewhere and not tell me where. So I just thought it was something else.
That he tried to keep you from knowing anything.
Right.
Now, he also told you at one point not to answer the door if the cops showed up, right?
Well, he went out of town and he said if I was at the house and the cops show up, just don't answer it or. But I didn't know anything. I'm like, why would the cops show up?
Now, Katherine was arrested on October 1st of 2016. You guys were still dating then, right?
Yes.
And when she was arrested, he was shocked and surprised that she had been arrested, right?
Yes.
Those were the words you used. Right?
Right.
And those were the words you used when you were describing that to Agent Sanford back in 2018.
Right.
When she was arrested, he started now acting more strange. Put a strain on your relationship, right?
Right, of course.
All right. Now, in August, before that arrest, okay, there was an episode on 2020, right?
Right.
You watched it with him?
Not like the premiere, but eventually we ended up watching it because everyone was talking about it. So.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Okay. And isn't it true that when Agent Sanford came to interview you in 2018, he told you that they put that show out?
They did. I don't know if I remember that. But.
If it's reflected in your recorded statement, that would be a fair representation of what Agent Sanford told you, right?
That they put 2020 on?
That we put that show out.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure. I don't really remember now, but.
You watched the show with Charlie.
Right.
And he'd never give you any explanation about any of it, right?
No, well, at that time, it was out, so I kind of knew what was going on by that time.
Isn't it true he actually told you they have it completely wrong?
Yes.
He said that Katie worked for him, right?
He did say, like, I think she did work for him, like, did some work for him.
He also mentioned that she paid for her own breast augmentation, right?
He said she paid for, like, one of them or something.
So if she's only had one, then she paid for it.
Like, I guess he helped her with the other, I don't know.
Helped her find the doctor?
No, like half of it.
So now your testimony is that he told you he paid for half of her breast augmentation?
No, I don't think he ever told me that he paid for it at all. But he said something about they accused him of paying for it, and he said he may have helped like half, like.
I don't know if the Adelsons ever did anything like pay June. Nola, to me, she seems like too much of a liability, you know? If you did anything with June, like shady, to say, look, we'll give you some money and you need to act this way on the stand. If it were me, I'd be like, that's a liability, man. She'll crack under the first bit of pressure, or she won't even realize what she doesn't need to say, like that fucking interview with Pat Sanford. Pat Sanford and the lady cop came out of there high-fiving each other, not believing how much information they got for nothing. Incredible.
And paid for one. I don't really know.
Maybe, could be. I think she has some sort of natural loyalty anyway. If it were me, Charlie Adelson and co, I'd just heavily influence her in ways that weren't like payment and stuff, because it's kind of a liability.
Saying one breast?
Yeah, this is not my words. That's what Charlie said.
All right. So. And are you not sure if what you're telling me now has been improperly influenced by all the stuff you've read on the media?
Good one, Neverly, darling. We've got about 5 minutes to go of this testimony, and then we're shutting it down for the night. Last Chance Coffee Saloon. Consider treating metrics to a coffee or two. Good idea. Link in the description or right there in the comments, guys.
Idea about this case?
Wait, what was it? Sorry.
I'm saying, are you able to separate what it is that you know or from what you read in the media about this case before you were interviewed?
I tried to, yeah.
All right. Now, the first time that the detectives came to speak to you was in the middle of 2018, right?
Right.
They knew you had broken up with Charles and you guys weren't on good terms, right?
Oh, that time.
Addie Zanone. I started streaming at 7:30 a.m. this morning. We did that for 4 hours. And then we did other stuff, metrics stuff, making merch, and checking out the new software. And then it's now 5:14 a.m. So it was almost... I've been awake for 24 hours. 23 hours I've been awake. Wow. And I'm not even really tired. I'm always kind of like hyped up at the end of a fucking stream. But I will sleep. I'll probably go straight to sleep.
I think they knew, like, they knew after I told them. So.
Now, when they tried to come and speak with you, they didn't just bang on your door, not announce themselves, leave, and never come back, right?
No, I think for a few days they tried to get in touch with me.
No, they waited in your lobby for you, right, of where you lived?
Well, I parked my car and they waited for me to get out of my car to walk to my lobby and to my place that I lived at the time. Yeah.
They had previously called, identified themselves, and left messages for you saying they wanted to speak to you, right?
Right.
Okay. And when they finally approached you in the lobby...
pause the stream. I think we've got a haiku somewhere. Hey, thanks so much, Addy Zenone, for that last call coffee. That is so much appreciated, babe. Where's this haiku? What's the first line of the haiku, Patricia? Is it in the comments? God damn it. Well, it's I'm having some problems with the scrolling for some reason. I don't see a haiku. We got the limerick the other day, Patricia, and then I requested a haiku. Oh, hang on. Well, this is another limerick. Okay, we'll read that. There once was a woman called Donna. Had a life she did live without honor. Okay, I need to read it once to myself. There once was a woman called Donna. Had a life she did live without honor. She enlisted her son to get a man with a gun to make sure her son shone honor. Wow, it's kind of a tongue twister. Let's try it. There once was a woman called Donna. Had a life she did live without honor. She enlisted her son to get a man with a gun to make sure her sunshines shone on her. That's pretty good, actually. You must have some Irish. But Burns isn't Irish. Patricia is.
They identified themselves as law enforcement.
Yeah, I think Patrick did, or one of them, but I think
The
it was
FBI
his
agent.
name.
Yeah?
But I wasn't sure if the woman was Shelley.
But you were sure that you were speaking to law enforcement.
Yes, at that time.
And they were nice to you.
They were really nice, yeah.
And they said they wanted to talk to you, right?
Yes.
And they never told you that they were recording you.
Oh, here we go.
Isn't that true?
Yes.
Ryden has copied it down. Charlie eats bologna in bologna. Oh, bologna. Charlie eats bologna in prison. Harvey is home alone eating cold cereal. Donna has no fucking spoon. Within your words is the existence of all things, Patricia. Or writing. I assume you're copying Patricia's haiku from earlier writing, but if that's you, just put the credit where it belongs, guys. All right, home run.
They actually promised you that what you told them would be kept secret and that no one would find out.
Yes.
That's not true, is it?
No, obviously not.
Your recorded interview is out in the media, right?
Yeah, everything I've done, like, they put out, and I haven't really.
There's a camera on you right now, right? Yeah. You're still talking about this. So that wasn't true when they said they'd keep it secret, right?
Right.
And they gave you every opportunity to answer the questions that they posed to you about Charles, right?
Yes.
They never accused you of lying?
No, I was obviously, like, upset at that time, so I was willing to share what Charlie did to me and open up to them. I was vulnerable, so.
But you did answer all their questions, though, right?
I did, yeah.
And when you told them you knew nothing about the homicide, they believed you.
They didn't tell me if they believed me, but I just told them what I knew, so.
You haven't been arrested, though, have you, for being his girlfriend?
No.
And even though you were his girlfriend at the time and you were living with him every single day.
Fucking Tara Kawas is trying to get it like, oh yeah, Katherine was just arrested because she was the girlfriend.
About the homicide, they believed you.
They didn't tell me if they believed me, but I just told them what I knew, so.
You haven't been arrested, though, have you, for being his girlfriend?
No.
And even though you were his girlfriend at the time and you were living with him every single day, you had no idea that he had been suspected as being involved in the murder of Wendy's ex-husband.
No, definitely not. Not at all.
Your Honor, may I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there any water?
Sure. Do we have a water? There's some in the jury room if we need to. We'll get you.
Yeah. Spring or mineral, June? And you'd like some ice cubes cut from Alaskan glaciers. Lemon or lime?
Water, just a moment.
Thank you.
All right.
Or cucumber water. Maybe cucumber water would be nice for June.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Oh,
Okay, well,
I
you're
think
done.
we're finished.
Okay. We can release a witness?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. State may call its next witness.
Clarissa Labredo.
Clarissa Labredo, please.
Oh. Clarissa Labredo. Clarissa Labredo. Okay, that's it. We do not need to see Clarissa Labredo. I'm not putting myself through that again. Yeah, I got it, Patricia. Okay, it is early, man. It is 5:23. So, many thanks to everybody in the chat, especially our number one supporter this evening. And probably for quite some time to come. Let's be honest. The fantastic Victoria girl up in Vancouver Island there. Monica. Thanks so much, Monica. Really, honestly, that's you've stimulated my economy. Okay. Yeah, no, we will be back with something tomorrow, guys. Signing off. Yeah, no, so good to see you all. So good to see you all. It's been fun. It's been fun. It's been a good double stream day. Good Saturday. So, please all have a safe drive home, and we wish you a happy Sunday. Good night, guys. Good night. Good night. Good night. Many thanks. Many thanks. Many thanks. Beautiful people. Beautiful people. Beautiful people. Catch you later. Bye.